Today we are going to build a VRChat world from start to finish, but not just any VRChat world. We are going to build this Christmas cabin completely from scratch. Kind of completely from scratch. We aren't actually going to make the version that you're looking at here. This version is the version I uploaded to VRChat this week, and it's got a bunch of paid assets in here that I'm not going to be sharing, obviously because I don't share people's paid assets. But some of the stuff that is paid in here, just so that you know, is like the trees. I bought a tree pack off of the Unity asset store. I think I've got YouTube search in here. That's a paid asset from Booth. And then the skybox is a paid asset. There might be some other stuff. I'm also taking out a lot of like my promotional stuff. But if you want any of those assets that are paid that you see here, I'll link below to those assets. And as we go along, I'm going to tell you all the assets I do use, everything that isn't mine that I'm using, I'll be sharing. They'll be all free assets that you can use for VRChat worlds. The version that we are actually going to be making in this tutorial is this world right here. And so there's some things that are different, like the skybox, the trees. I've created some trees that you can use. And so this is actually going to be more what we are going to be looking at. This is a pre-made version. We're going to be starting completely from scratch. So it might be a little bit different from this, but we'll go over the 3D meshes, modeling, bringing in props, creating terrain. We're going to go through everything. I'm going to split this video into I'm going to split this tutorial into two videos. The first video is going to be all about 3D modeling in Blender, and the second video is going to be all about bringing it over and doing stuff in Unity and baking and getting it ready for VRChat. So if you don't want to follow along and 3D model a log cabin with me, you can probably just skip to the second video and learn about VRChat in Unity. I'll do my best to make sure it applies to like no matter what you're doing. The thing that we're going to actually be modeling is the house itself. All the props I'm going to provide in a Unity package. I'm going to provide all the textures. So we're going to be building like the house, like this deck, the walls, we'll go through everything. The things like this, like the doormat, this door, the windows, the couches. I will be providing those like more technical meshes. So you don't need to actually model them if you're going to follow along. The software that we're going to be focusing in is Blender and Unity. So you won't need we won't do Substance Painter or anything like that. I'll provide all the textures. I'll provide the props if you want it. If you want to download all these project files, the stuff that you can download right now will include the textures, like anything that we'll use in Unity, and there'll be a Unity package full of assets that you can use when you actually get your project into Unity. So all that's linked below. If you want this actual version of the world, I've created a Unity package that you can get on my Patreon, along with a bunch of other meshes that I provide on my Patreon. So if you want that stuff, you just need to be a Patreon supporter. It does not matter what tier you are. You will get access to all that. So if that's something that's interested to you and you don't want to follow this tutorial, you just want this world, you can download it there. But yeah, let's move into Blender. Okay, here we are in Blender. If this is your first time in Blender, we're going to go over controls just a little bit here. But just so you know, I'm going to be speaking to you as if you are a complete beginner and you're not sure of anything. If you've never opened up Blender, this tutorial is for you. But if you do know Blender a little bit, this will probably be easier. But yes, for everyone who is brand new to Blender, I just created a new Blender project. I'm in an older version, to be honest, 3.1.2. So if things are a little bit different and you just download Blender, you have the most recent version, maybe something will be different, but it should be the same more or less. When you open Blender, you'll see there's a bunch of tabs up here. I think by default, it puts you in modeling. I like to work in the layout setting. Let's go over some movement controls. As we move along and build in Blender, I will explain all the different tools and things that I can do. But just to begin with, let's try to get comfortable with moving around in Blender. To rotate around a pivot point, you can press the middle mouse button. This will let you rotate. Scrolling in and out will let you zoom in and out on that same pivot point. Holding Shift and pressing the middle mouse button, you can drag across the scene. And now while you do this, it would also change the pivot point that you rotate around. So it might be easy to kind of get lost in Blender, and the way you can reorient yourself is you can left click and select an object. Let's select this light object that's here by default, and I can press period delete key on the number pad. and that will center whatever you have selected. And I'll be using that a lot, so I think that's a really good tool for beginners in Blender to know. If you left click, select an object that you have and press tab, that will let you go into edit mode. We're going to be doing that quite a bit. But to begin here, we're going to select everything by pressing A. And if you look down here at the bottom left, you can see the controls I'm doing. I'm going to try to make sure that screencast keys are on in every window that we go into. So you can, if you get lost, you can kind of follow along maybe right there. We're going to press A to select everything, and we're going to press X, and we're going to delete it all because we want a completely blank slate. And now we can focus and begin modeling. Let's add our first object. To do that, we can press Shift A. That's going to bring up this menu. We're going to press Mesh, and let's start with a plane. So that is just I think a 2 meter by 2 meter plane. We can see here 2 meter by 2 meter. I just went to the item on the right, on the little column on the right. So now we've got a plane here. We can press tab, which takes us into edit mode. We can press A to select everything. If you come up here, you can see at the top left that we are in edit mode, and to the right of that there is a vertices select option, an edge select option, and a face select option. You can toggle between these by pressing 1, 2, and 3. For right now, we'll press 1, we'll do vertices select. The select allows us to select vertices. Edge select allows us to select edges, and face select allows us to select faces. Pressing 1, that's vertices select. A to select everything. S to scale, so that's a new little shortcut for the new Blender people. S to scale, whoops, did not mean to press that. And we can scale this up, and now we've got a bigger plane. Isn't that incredible? But how big is this plane really? Like, if there was a person here, how big would this plane be to that person? And that's kind of a tricky part about Blender, is trying to get scale right for what you're building. What I like to do to help me orient scale in Blender is to create a new object that is around the size and shape of a human. So to do that, I'm going to press Shift A. We're going to bring in a cube, and then I'm going to press N. That's going to bring up this. I'm pressing it a whole bunch, and it's turning on this item on and off. And I'm going to change the dimensions from 2 meters to 0.2, 0.2, and 1.8. Oops, 1.8. 1.8 meters is around, that's 180 centimeters, so that's around a 6-foot tall person. So this cube that we just created is around the height of a 180 centimeter person. So this is like a typical human person, and if there was a person standing on this plane, they would be around this height. Another really cool way to kind of orient how big things are in Blender is to use the walk and fly features in Blender. I believe the hotkeys to go into fly mode is Shift tilde. Yeah, Shift tilde. I think my walk is enabled, so Shift tilde, tab. Okay, wait. Shift tilde will take you into the fly mode, or I guess it takes you into walk mode, and pressing tab will let you toggle between walking and flying. So right now I'm using WASD to fly around. If I press tab, I can walk around the scene. So to do that, the hotkey is Shift tilde, and then use tab to toggle in between that. And we can look at these settings. If I go to Edit Preferences and I go to Navigation, I've got this gravity checked on, and I've got my view height to be 1.8 meters. So that means if I press that Shift tilde and go into the walk mode, my view should be at 1.8 meters, which is the same height as this cube. And that's exactly what we're looking at. I like to make this a little bit smaller. So maybe we'll do something like 1.6 or 1.7 meters. So you can imagine the height, like the actual eye would be a little bit below where the top of your head is. So this is kind of like a 6-foot tall person walking around in this scene. So that kind of just helps you orient yourself for how big these objects you're actually modeling in Blender actually are. And I think that's like super helpful. In object mode, left click, we're going to select this plane. Let's go into edit mode, A to select everything. Let's scale it up a little bit more. We need to figure out what we are modeling. What are we modeling? Well, we're modeling a log cabin, but you know, what does that look like? Where do we start? And for me, making worlds, where it starts is I find a reference that that will, or find references that will help me 3D model the things that I want to make. So for this project, I actually have captured a few 3D or a few images that will help us, that we can use as references to help us model this object. I went to Google and I found a few images that I liked, or I just like Googled log cabin, and these are some images that I found, and I brought them into this program called PeerRef, which is a free software that is useful to throw a bunch of images in and move around. These are just some log cabins that I like. These files or these images, these screenshots that I took are part of the share folder, the project folder that I'm linking below. So if you want these references, they are there for you to use. But this is basically what I'm going to be using to help model my world. So while we're modeling, you probably won't see this at all because I'm going to have it to the right of my screen. But the first thing that I want to focus on modeling is like that outdoor deck area. And I'm using this image as like my main motivation for this world. And if you've been to the Christmas cabin world in VRChat, you've probably, you kind of can see the similarities between what I made and what was in the references. So we're going to kind of be using this as a reference for this cabin. So I'm just going to move this off screen a little bit, and I'm just kind of keep that in my peripheral just to help me model. But let's focus on that outdoor deck area. How big do we actually want this? I'm not going to focus too much on what the actual size of this object is supposed to be. Let's just focus on getting the basic shapes. Like, what is this world going to look like? So this is going to be that back deck area. If I go into edit mode, I can press A to select everything, S to scale, and then I can press X to lock it to the x-axis, or Y to lock it to the y-axis. Let's imagine that the front is facing in this X direction. So I'm going to scale this in the Y direction, pressing S to scale, Y to lock it to the y-axis. We're going to bring it out and kind of just make this, we're making it, the shape of the balcony, which I'm just kind of guessing here. Nothing's going to be perfect, so what we actually end up making might not be like one-to-one what I was showing you at the beginning, but should be close. So this will be like the balcony. I can duplicate this object, so I'm in object mode. I've selected this object. I can press Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the x-axis, and this can be like the living room area, and this will be in the same level as that, and maybe it's a bit bigger. So I can select this object, and I can press Tab to go into edit mode, 2 to go to the edge select this edge, press G. G is the moving hotkey. So I can press G, lock it to the x-axis, and bring this edge out just a bit. And maybe our living room is kind of something like that. I want the main entrance to be a little higher elevated than the living area, so I can press in object mode. I can select this object, Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the x-axis, bring this out, G to move, Z to lock it to the z-axis, and bring this up a little bit. Maybe it's something like that. And we're just really we're just guessing here. Nothing has to be perfect. We're just trying to get the basic shapes down and kind of get an idea for what this world could possibly look like. So this is the entrance area. This will be like the living room, and there'll be the stairs that take you upstairs. And then if I could duplicate this again by pressing Shift D, and that would be like where the upstairs is. And that's kind of the overall shape of this object. Getting started with the project is kind of difficult, and when you open up Blender and you start mapping out your world and you kind of have an idea of where you want to go, getting stuff like meshes down can be a bit difficult. But there is one part that I find it the most easiest to start with, and that is with doors and windows. I like building doors and windows first, because once I have the doors and the windows of the like base environment that I'm making, of whatever building I'm making, I then can kind of use that to map the rest of the building out with. So I can put like the door here, or I could put it over here, and kind of just build the walls and connect the dots to where these spots could be. So because of that, I want to focus on the doors and windows, and these are props that I'm going to be including, and we're not going to focus on building our own doors. I've provided that for you, so let's go ahead and import those FBXs. To do that, we're going to go to File, Import, and navigate, File, Import, FBX, navigate to where you saved that FBX file. So here I've got it right here. We're going to do cabin door and cabin window. We're going to press Shift, select both of those, and we're going to press import FBX, and then those are going to come in, and now we've got a window. And let's press G and lock it to the X and Y axis by pressing Shift Z and move this over there. And then we've got the door, and this is two objects, so we can select this and hold Shift, left click in object mode, select that object, and then we have both these objects selected. Press G to move, Shift Z to lock it to the XY, and we can bring that over here, and press R to rotate. R is that rotate tool. Z to lock it to the Z axis. Hold Control to snap, and we're going to rotate this 90 degrees around. And I know I want a door like somewhere around here. This door isn't going to be the actual door that's going to be in the project. This is kind of just to help us visualize, but it's really useful because obviously we need to know how big this door is so we can build around it. We're going to duplicate this and bring it around to where the main door is going to be. So we're going to press Shift D, and we're going to lock it to the X and Y axis by pressing Shift Z. And we're going to bring it over here. R to rotate, Z to lock to the Z axis, hold Control to snap. We're going to rotate this around. G to move, Z to lock to the Z axis. Let's bring this up, and we're going to just do our best and move it into the position that we think it might be at. It might end up being somewhere around there, I think. So that's the position of both those doors. And now we've got these windows here, and we're going to try to place these in a spot. So I know I want two windows here. We're going to do two windows and then one above it. So we're going to press in object mode. We're going to select this object, press R, rotate, hold Control, and then G to move, Shift Z to lock to the ZY axis. If I press 7 on the number pad, I can do a top-down view, and that will help me kind of place this right on where that seam is. Now these aren't the official like floor meshes yet. We haven't really modeled anything out, so we're still just kind of placing things around, so don't feel like you have to be perfect with these placements. I am just doing my best to eyeball where I want this stuff. So I just press Shift D to duplicate that, G, and then I moved it over. I locked it to the Y axis, and maybe it can be somewhere like that. I do want these windows to be kind of in the center, and then maybe this door will be somewhere over there, and then I want to give like kind of the equal amount of space. In the living room, I know I want the Christmas tree to be over here, so we don't really need windows in this corner. I think that looks good. We can press Shift D to duplicate this again, move it towards the center, and then maybe press G, lock it to the Z axis, bring it up. And I know it's going to be, I want something like that. Maybe that's not perfect, but that's okay. I think I also want a window here. So we're once again just pressing Shift D, duplicating that, dragging it over, pressing G, lock it to the XY axis, trying to make sure that it doesn't go up or down. Lock it to the XY axis by pressing Shift Z. So G, Shift Z. 7 on the number pad for the top down view. Maybe we'll do something like that. And I'm just eyeballing everything right now. Nothing has to be perfect. And I think this is a good start. I could put the windows over here to where I know where I want them, but we don't have to go that far yet. Since we're starting with the doors and the windows, I think the next step, which makes most sense for me, is to start working on the walls. So let's focus on building this log cabin. Okay, we're gonna hold Shift and right click on the mouse button. This is gonna move your cursor. What this cursor does is when we bring in objects, it's gonna change where those objects spawn in your Blender project. So if I do Shift, right click the cursor over here, we're in object mode, and I do Shift A, mesh, cube, the cube spawns over here. If I delete that and then I do Shift, right click, put the cursor over here, Shift A, mesh, cube, then the cube spawns over here. So that's kind of the purpose. When I bring in new objects, I like to move the cursor around to where I think is most appropriate for the object to spawn in at. This doesn't have to be perfect. It's not really a big deal, but that's what that does. We're going to make the log cabin walls. To do that, we're going to press Shift A. We're going to bring in a mesh, cylinder. And if we go down to this bottom left, there's this menu here. It's called Add Cylinder. There's some settings here for the cylinder that we're adding. Instead of 32 vertices, maybe we'll do something like 16 because there's going to be a lot of these duplicated on top of each other, so we don't want that many vertices. When you're modeling in Blender, especially for game development, you want things to be as low poly as possible, but obviously use your own discretion for the things that you're making. For this, we're going to go with 16 vertices, so that puts 16 faces around this object. Let's rotate this. So if I press R to rotate, let's lock it to the X axis by pressing X and then holding Control. We can lock it 90 degrees and then go into edit mode. S to scale, we're going to bring this down and try to make this the size of a log. Maybe I can kind of use this door to help orient how big this could be. In edit mode, we're scaling something like this, maybe this big. I think that looks good. Tab to go into edit mode. I'm going to press 3 for face select, and I'm going to select this face, and I'm going to press G to move, and then Y to lock it to the Y axis. We're going to bring it all the way this way, and then let's smooth this out. Let's right click shade smooth. It shades the whole thing smooth, but we don't want the sharp edges to be smooth, so we can kind of tell the program what edges are supposed to be sharp by going to object data properties on the right, going down to normals, auto smooth, turn this on, and this degree will kind of dictate what degree of corner determines whether or not it's a sharp edge. So 30 degrees work, but I'm going to bump it up to 65. And now we've got a much better looking. So this is our one log. I'm looking at this, and this actually seems way bigger than what I wanted. I think these windows, so we're in object mode. We're just going to continue move things around a little bit. These objects, I think these windows should be closer together, and I think it should be closer to the door. I don't think I should give it that much space, which means this object is way too big. So let's select this. These are different objects, but if we select multiple of them by holding shift and selecting the objects, we can go and press go into edit mode and be able to edit each one of these objects. If I press shift Z, I can go to wireframe mode, and I'm going to press edge select, and then I've got my box selection tool selected, but I could change this to lasso, and this just changes how you are able to select objects. I actually do want the box selection. You can toggle between these by pressing W. We're going to make sure we're on box, and I'm going to just click and drag and select all these edges here. I'm going to press G to move, lock it to the Y axis, and bring this down like this. And I think this makes a bit more sense. And then this would end up, I'll just try to make it the center of this entire wall. It'll end up being something like that. And that means that this log is too large. So I actually think, I'll scale this down. So we'll just press S in edit mode, scale it like that, press G, let's move it over, and then in edit mode, shift Z to go into wireframe and select this, G, Y, and we'll bring it like something like this. And let's select these again back into edge select in wireframe mode. We can bring these down, and I think we'll start there. So if you remember that this, well, actually, let's look at our references. If I drag this over, I want this deck to be kind of hanging above the ground, kind of like this. And it's like that in the example version of this as well. So we're actually going to bring this down because the base of the log cabin is going to go further. And the way we're going to build this log cabin is we're going to take this object and we're going to duplicate it a whole bunch. But because we are going to duplicate it a whole bunch, I kind of want to make all the changes to this object now so that I don't have to repeat it over and over again, if that makes sense. So what does that mean? I'm mainly concerned with UV unwrapping. So before we continue, I just want to explain what UV unwrapping is and what that means for meshes. That way you kind of have an understanding of what's going on. So this is just for demonstration purposes. I have a cube here that I just spawned in. There's nothing on it. I'm going to go into the material select, and we'll go into more detail when we're actually texturing stuff later on. But I just want you to know what UV unwrapping is. So I have this cube here, and by default, it's unwrapped. It looks like that. This is what is going to get put onto textures when you texture this. So you can imagine this grid is the texture, and how this flattens out onto this 2D plane is how textures are going to look on here. So let me help you visualize that by adding an image. So let's add this checker map. So you can see that this is on here, it flattens out onto here. And if we move this around the image, you can see how it moves on the object itself. So let's look at this face here. So this is the top face. If I take this and I move this around the texture, only the top face is moving around the texture. The way you unwrap meshes on here is you have to press U, unwrap. I can't unwrap this because we haven't told the program where to cut the mesh up. By default, the cube comes cut up like this, but with the meshes that we make, we're gonna have to tell the program where to cut these meshes. So for example, I can go into edit mode, face select, I can select that face, I can select that face, and then I can maybe go into edge select and select this edge, and then I can press U, mark seams. So these are my seams, and if I press A, U, so A to select everything, U to unwrap, press unwrap, it now unwraps this whole thing. If I select, so now where these faces were cut, they were cut on the UV map. So when I unwrap it on the UV map, you can see that this top face is separate, this bottom face is separate, and these 4 faces that are still connected but cut here are separate. And this cut here, this seam, is these vertices here and here. If I were to get rid of this seam, let's see, let's clear seam, select everything, U to unwrap. It's trying to flatten out this face, which is still connected, and it's still a 3-dimensional object, and it's having a really rough time, as you can see. Now the top and bottom are still fine, but the sides aren't, so we're gonna need a seam there. Select everything, U, unwrap, and now this overlaps the texture nicely. So that's UV unwrapping. Why am I telling you this now when we're not ready to texture anything? The reason I'm telling you this now is because this object, we're going to be duplicating it a whole bunch of times. And at some point, we're going to want to texture this log. And it would really save us a lot of time if we go ahead and mark the seams now. That way, we don't have to do it later. So for this object, I guess we'll go back to the UV editing tab, and we'll figure out how the best way to unwrap this is. You can see that the doors and windows that we brought in are already textured, and that's because the objects were already textured. So that's already done for us, but we can ignore that for now. Let's select this log, go into edit mode, press 2, and we're gonna, or let's press 3 for face select. Let's select this face, and let's select that face, and we're gonna kind of do it like we did with that cube. We're gonna press U, mark seam, and now if we select everything, U, unwrap, it's trying to flatten out these faces, and it's having a hard time just like it did with the cubes, but the top and bottoms are fine. We're going to need to add another seam to cut these set of faces. So let's select this edge. We just need one edge, so I just press 2 for edge select this edge, U, mark seam, and then if we press A to select everything, U, unwrap. That's much better, and we'll leave that for now, and then when we come to texture this, we can, it'll already be done for the most part. We'll have to do some extra stuff because we're going to be doing more to this. Let's go back to the layout tab. Now you might be noticing that I've been selecting everything and by not pressing A, and what I'm doing is I'm hovering over this object and I'm pressing L on the number pad. This like selects everything in the selection, if that makes sense. The selections are separated by seam. So if I press 3 for face select and I hover over this and press L, it only selects everything in that selection. Or if I hover over this part and press L, it only selects everything in that selection. If I'm in vertices select by pressing 1 or edge select by selecting 2, and I hover over this, it will select all the edges of the object. So that's a really useful tool, and I'll be using it quite a bit. But now this log is UV'd, and I think we're ready to actually start building our walls. So this is a log cabin, and the way that you build a log cabin, as far as I understand it, is that you stack logs on top of each other. And so we're going to be doing that for this, and there's a great modifier to help us do that, and that is the array modifier. So a modifier in Blender is kind of like it's a tool to help edit your mesh in a bunch of different ways. The array modifier kind of just duplicates it. We can turn up how many there are, and these values will affect how it gets duplicated. We're going to be focusing on the relative offset. We don't need to duplicate it in the X direction or the Y direction. Or actually, our rotation is off, so it actually is the Y direction. So let's make sure Y is set to 1. If I were to apply rotation, so because we rotated this in object mode, our rotation and scale is a bit off. We can fix that in object mode if we select this object, press Shift, Control A, apply rotation and scale, and now it's applying this array modifier in the Y direction, because Y goes this way. So let's make that 1, and Z is up and down in Blender, so we'll make that 1. Now we're starting to get a wall. Let's increase this count. It's gonna need to be something like that probably. Maybe this can come down a bit more. If I press 3 or 1 on the number pad and go Shift Z into the wireframe, I can try to line this up. I think I want this door to be like center of these logs, and then I want these logs to kind of hit where this bottom door is. And actually, these logs, like there's a point. I wonder if I can take both these vertices. So I'm in edit mode and I press 1 on the number pad to get a straight orthographic view of this mesh. So I'm looking at this log straight on, and with my selection tool, if I select these vertices, you end up getting these 2 edges. And then if I just scale this in the Y direction, I can kind of flatten this out. And I think that's gonna help us. So 1, Shift C, and I'm going to try to make the bottom part of this log match with the bottom of this door. And I think that looks good. And because I affected this mesh a little bit, let's go ahead and unwrap that. And that's going to just change our shape just a little bit. Cool. Let's add a couple more just because. So we've got a wall of logs, which is great, but it's kind of blocking our door in our windows, and we kind of don't want that. There's another modifier we can use to help cut holes into this wall, and that is the Boolean modifier. So let's go to add modifier. We've got our log selected. We're going to make sure the array modifier is still on. We're going to add modifier Boolean. We can select another object and tell this object to cut that object out of this object. So just for example, while in object mode, shift right click, bring the cursor somewhere, and then do Shift A. Let's bring in a cube. And let's just drag this cube and intersect it with our wall. Go back to the wall, go to the Boolean modifier, grab this eyedropper, select this cube, and you can see that it's doing its best to cut this cube out, but it's doing too much. And things like this might happen with the Boolean modifier, so you might have to be a bit careful, but I find changing it from exact to fast helps fix this issue. And then if I select this object that we're cutting out, this cube, and I press H to hide, it can hide that object, and we can kind of see the results of this. So that's exactly what we want. We just need to kind of shape the cube to be exactly where we want it to be. So let's press Control Z to unhide this object. Let's press 3 on the number pad to get a straight orthographic view of this object. And selecting the cube, we're gonna go into the wireframe edit shading by pressing Shift C, and then holding Shift middle mouse button, we can drag around the scene like this. And then in edit mode, I'm in vertices select, and I pressed A to select everything. I've got this cube, and I'm going to scale this in the Y direction, and I'm just going to do my best to match it with the door. So let's bring this corner and match it with the door frame there. And it's okay if I clip it just a little bit, and then still in wireframe, I can click and drag, select these vertices, and press G, Y to move them in the Y direction. And then I can select these vertices, G, Z, to lock to the Z axis, bring this down. And now if we rotate around, our cube is still large. It doesn't matter how big it is in the X direction, but the actual shape is the shape of the door. Shift Z to go back to the solid viewport shading. You can also toggle between these views up here in the top right. So this is wireframe, this is solid, then we've got material, which we saw a little bit, and then the last one's rendering. We'll get to that later. Let's go back to the solid view. Selecting this log, our Boolean is still selected on the cube. If we select this cube, press H to hide, it will hide that object, and you can see the effect it's having on the door or on this wall, and it looks good. Now we just need to do that for the windows. But before we do that, I'm noticing that I need a bit more space on the log wall to the right. So we'll just edit that a little bit. Just select this wall. Let's press edit mode, and then in edit mode you don't really see these, but you can manipulate how it's viewed by selecting these options here. Pressing this, we can kind of see the effect of the Boolean even in edit mode. Pressing 3 for face select, I'm going to select this face, and I'm just going to bring this out. Maybe something like that, because there's going to be another log, like wall of logs here that's going to intersect with this wall. So we need to make sure that there's space enough for that. Maybe something like, yeah, something like that. Let's go back to object mode and we'll press Alt H to unhide this object, and we can use the same object to add the holes for the windows. So we're going to go into edit mode. We're going to press A to select everything, and then we're going to do Shift D to duplicate. So now we've got a different cube here while still part of this object. We can press Y to lock it to the Y axis, and then press 3 on the number pad to get a face straight on orthographic view of this object, just like we did before. Maybe we'll go press 1 for a vertice select these vertices, and we're just going to cut out these windows. So select these vertices. I'm in box selection, select box, selecting these vertices. G, lock it to the Z axis. Let's select this. G, lock it to the Y axis, and I'm not going to go all the way to the shutters. The shutters will be on the outside of the house. And then let's select these vertices. G, lock it to the Y axis, bring it over. Now let's hover over this and press that L button to select everything in this selection. 3 for that orthographic view. Shift D, lock it to the Y axis. Let's drag this over to be on top of this window. And now if we go back into object mode, go back to the solid view, let's select this cube, press H to hide, and that's much better. Now we can see that these windows aren't exactly in the right spot, so we can hold shift. Let's select all these windows. We'll select this top one too, and then press G, lock it to the Y axis, and we're just going to bring it out enough to where the shutters are outside the house and aren't clipping that much. And we can see that maybe we need to bring that box that's doing the Boolean feature over a little bit more on all of these. So let's go ahead and press Alt H in object mode to unhide that, and then we can go into edit mode. 3 for face select this face, press G, move this over just a little bit, and it seems good on that one. Let's select this face. G, bring it over, and then select this face. G, it seems like that's fine. Let's press H to hide. Let's see, did that do the trick? And it sure did. Object mode, Alt H, unhide. Let's select this object, these cubes. Let's press 1 and left click on one of these vertices, and let's hover over this. Press L, and then we're going to press Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the Z axis, and maybe we'll press 3 for that straight on orthographic view. Shift C, and we'll bring this. Let's bring this over and try to match it with this window. The position of this window might change a little bit. I don't know if I really want it to be right there. Maybe it's going to end up being something more like this. So I'm just selecting these objects, moving it over. For now, we'll leave it there. We'll hide this. That looks kind of weird, to be honest. Maybe we'll Control Z doing that. H to hide these cubes. And I guess we'll just leave it like it is. But it might get changed later, depending on the roof. Speaking of roofs, I'm still just trying to, like, I know I got this wall here, I've got the doors, I got the windows, but I'm still just trying to, like, get a grip on what I'm modeling here. And I think a great, I've got these planes here that kind of help, like, this is the living room, this is the kitchen entrance area, this is the upstairs, this is the deck. Let's kind of build something to kind of visualize what the roof is going to look like. So I'm going to do Shift, right click, bring my cursor here. Shift A, let's bring in another plane. Maybe press 7 on the number pad to get a top-down view. Shift Z to go into wireframe. Let's press G, move this over. I'm in edit mode. I'm selecting all these vertices. S to scale. Let's bring it in the Y direction. And I want to scale this to be a little bit longer than this log. So now this log kind of gives us a pretty good idea of how, I guess the width of the house. And that's going to help us with this roof. And I want to add an edge loop in the middle here. And the way you do that is you press Control R to add an edge loop. And then I can press 2 for edge select, left click, select this edge, press G, lock to the Z axis, bring this up, and that looks like a roof. A to select everything, G to move it, Z to lock to the Z axis. Let's bring this down. So I'm thinking the roof is going to kind of extend throughout the entire building. So we're going to hold Alt in edge select, Alt, we're going to select this edge, and that's going to select all the edges on this edge loop. And for this example, it's just 2 edges, but let's say just for demonstration purposes, if I had both of these, and if I held Alt, left click, edge select, it's going to select the entire edge loop. Obviously, I don't need those. So here is this triangle shape that could be the roof. you know, just visualizing stuff here, trying to get a grip on what we're making. We're going to press G. We're going to select this edge loop, these two edges here, G to lock it to move, lock it to the x-axis, and let's drag it out this way. And then let's do the same thing, Alt, left click these edges and G, lock to the x-axis, move it all the way back here. And so this will end up being something like that. Maybe this second floor is way too high. In object mode, we can select this. This is supposed to represent our human person. We can press Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the Z axis or the XY axis by pressing Shift Z. We can maybe drag this guy in here, and now we can kind of get an idea of a person being inside this building. Shift D to duplicate this again. We can kind of put him over here just to help orient, like, how big are these spaces that we're mapping out. I think the roof might need to go up a little bit more. Maybe this comes down more. Maybe we select this edge, press G, lock it to the Z axis, bring this up. It looks a bit funny, but if I bring the references over here, we're gonna have something like this pop out on the sides here, and that's gonna break up this long roof for us. Yeah, something like this. I wanted to do something like this in the front as well, so we're going to do that. So that will break up this shape a bit more, but this is kind of the starting point of the roof. And this, the second floor here, I think I needed to give this more space, so I actually think I did a second roof. I think I did something like this. If I go into edit, so if in object mode, I select this roof, press tab in edit mode, alt, left click, select this edge loop of this back part. Let's bring this. I think I did something like this. So this roof actually ends something like somewhere like that. And then if I press A to select everything, Shift D to duplicate, I can move this on the X direction, bring it over here. And I think I did something like this. And if I grab these edges, drag them in on the X axis, and that breaks up the space quite a bit as well. What we can do to kind of cement this a bit more is to solidify it. And you can do that by using a modifier. So if we select this object, this roof object, go to add modifier, we can go down to solidify, and that's going to make this a solid object because planes are just one-sided faces. And here we've now solidified it, and we can increase the thickness like that. You can see it gets thicker and thicker. If we come down here, press this check mark, even thickness, that will make sure that it's the same distance on all parts of the faces that it's extending. And we can kind of maybe extend this a little bit like that. If we press Alt H to unhide those objects that we had hidden, so these are the objects that are Boolean. Well, for one, I want to move this window to be in the center of this. So I'm just going to select this window and press G and try to center it as best as I can. And then we can select these Boolean objects, select this top cube and replace it on top of this window by pressing G to move. And I think that works. And now pressing 3 on the number pad. So I've got that straight on orthographic view. I've got these logs sticking out the side. We can also use this Boolean object to cut off the edges of this wall. So selecting one of these cubes, Shift D to duplicate, let's bring it up, R to rotate, and we're going to rotate it maybe 45 degrees, and that actually seems like it works pretty good. And then we're going to select this face, and then we're going to press G to move, and then we're going to press G again to move it along the normals, and then I'm going to hold Alt, and that's going to let me extend this. We're going to do the same thing on this side, G to move, G again to move along the normals. Let's make sure it's dragging along the appropriate direction. Hold Alt to extend it, and we're going to do that. Hover over this, press L, Shift D, rotate, and we're going to rotate this, I think, negative 90 degrees it should be, and then we can drag this over and kind of bring it to the other side. And it looks like we're missing a little bit, so we can take the top part of this cube, G to move, G again to lock it against normals, hold Alt, extend this out. Same thing, G, double tap G, hold Alt, let's drag it this way. And now, I mean, we've got these huge shapes here, but if we hide them, it's cutting all the right parts of this wall. And it looks like we actually need to extend the log cabin because it doesn't go all the way up to the roof that we made. And obviously, like I said, we put this in mainly as visualization. I don't know if this will be the official mesh we use, but it is for now. We might change this later, just kind of FYI, but well, we'll move forward. Let's select this wall, go to the array modifier. Let's increase the amount of logs that we have. And it looks like it's gone above that cube again. So let's press Alt H to unhide, select this Boolean cube, 3 on the number pad to get this straight on. And we can select this face, double tap G, and do exactly what we just did, but more. Perfect. Hide that, and now, you know, we're actually getting somewhere. This is actually kind of looking good. Okay, let's move forward with building more walls. We've got this one wall. It looks great. What we can do is in object mode, we can select this object, press Shift D to duplicate, move this over. Well, Shift D, duplicate, Shift Z to lock to the XY axis so it stays locked to the XY axis. And then we can come over to the modifier. We don't need, this might need a Boolean, but I'm not sure. I'm just gonna press X on this cube because I don't want it using that cube mesh as a Boolean. So right now it's not the Boolean modifier is on there, but it's not pointing to anything, so nothing should affect this. Let's press 7 on the number pad to get top-down view. Let's press R. Let's rotate, hold Control to snap it. We're gonna rotate it 90 degrees, and this will be that back wall. And this is a log cabin, so we want the logs to intersect with each other, kind of like this. And I think that maybe a little bit more in the Y direction, pressing G to move, something like that. And we don't need 28 for this wall. Let's do a smaller number. We're just gonna take this down until we have one that goes all the way up to the roof line, and I think that looks good. And we could actually mirror this. Add a modifier, mirror modifier, and we actually, the Boolean, if we're gonna add objects to this to cut shapes out like we did on the other wall, which we probably will. I mean, we've got a window on this side. We're gonna want the Boolean to be after the mirror modifier. So it mirrors it first, then it cuts out the holes that we want. So we're gonna mirror this. Right now, where is it mirroring? It is mirroring over its origin point, and its origin point is this little orange dot. Let's create an object that we can mirror over. And we're going to create an empty object. So we're going to do Shift right click, bring the cursor somewhere over here. And we're going to go to Shift A in object mode, empty plane. And then we're going to select this object for this mirror. We're going to press this little eyedropper and we're going to hover over that mirror or that empty object, select it. And we're mirroring over the Y axis. So it's going to mirror it over here. And now it's on this side, but it doesn't quite go far enough. So we can select this empty object that we're mirroring over and press G and move it in the Y direction to move this over a bit. Maybe something, I'm looking at this top log and seeing how it interacts with the roof. So maybe something like that. And that might mean that we go into edit mode on this wall and drag this in just a little bit. So that looks pretty good. Now we've got 2 more log cabin walls. Isn't that awesome? And now we can select this window, which we kind of placed here really quickly, and we can press G in object mode and move this in the Y direction and bring it out just enough to where the shutter thing kind of interacts with the log. And I don't know if it'll be right here. Maybe we'll bring it down a little bit so it's closer to the door. Maybe not. Maybe we'll try to center it. I can't really remember what I did in the other version. Cool. Now obviously we've got a window here. We need a hole for this window. We've got the array modifier on it, the mirror modifier, because now it's mirroring, and now we want to cut out holes. So we're going to have the Boolean modifier last. Let's Shift right click, bring the cursor here. We're going to press Shift A in object mode, mesh cube. Now we've got this cube, and this is going to be our Boolean cube, and we are going to go into edit mode. I am pressing 1 on the number pad to get a straight on orthographic view on this window, and going into edit mode on this cube, we're going to place this on top of this window, and we're going to scale it and try to match it up with this window to the best of our ability. Pressing 1 to go to vertices select. Let's select these vertices, press G, lock to the x-axis, bring this over. Select these vertices at the bottom, press Z to lock to the Z axis, bring this over, and let's make sure it's intersecting with this wall appropriately, and then we can select the log cabin wall, go all the way over to that Boolean modifier, select this little eyedropper, select the cube, select this cube again, in object mode, press H to hide, and now it cuts that out exactly like we'd want. And it looks like maybe I need to bring this out just a little bit more. Now we've got a hole for this window, and it's perfect. You know, as perfect as it could be. If this Boolean modifier was before the mirror, it would be mirroring the hole as well on both sides, which obviously there's no window on this side, so we don't want a hole over there. I'm wondering if this room needs to be bigger, and it totally might need to be bigger, and it's kind of hard to tell depending on like what objects you're going to want to put in here. And the way that you can kind of help yourself figure out how big a room needs to be in Blender without like being very specific with measurements and stuff like that, the way you can do that is you can bring in FBX objects into Blender and actually place stuff around in your scene. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I have a fireplace mesh prepared that's in the FBX folder if you want to use that. That's provided in the link below. So I'm going to import that to help me figure out how big this room should be. It'll also help me build out the roof, I think, knowing where the chimney is going to be coming out of. So let's go to File, Import, FBX, go to where you save those files. It's a FBX called Fireplace Cobblestone. We're going to import that FBX, and then we're going to get this object, and I'm going to press 7 on the number pad, and I'm going to press R and rotate, hold Control and rotate this 90 degrees, and then we're going to press G to move, lock it to the XY axis, and I'm just going to try to center it in this room. So I'm trying to place this fireplace here, and I'm trying to debate, do I want this to be like sticking out from the roof, which I totally might. And it looks like we've got the logs cutting through this, which we don't want. So how should we do this? I'm going to bring it out further than the roof line. We might have to adjust our roof, which we can get to. But for now, let's add another Boolean. So let's select this wall, or let's press Alt-H to unhide our Boolean objects. We're going to select this object, and we're going to press, because this is the object that's interacting with these walls, go into edit mode by pressing Tab, A to select everything, Shift D to duplicate this cube, and let's drag this over, and we're going to try to get rid of, we're going to just scale this in the X direction and shape this so that we don't see the logs that are interacting with this fireplace. And now let's hide that, and that's much better. Oh, it's almost much better. Control Z, select this face, let's drag it this way. Maybe we'll take this side, drag it this way. H to hide, and now it's much better. So we can hide this as well. So you've got objects in here, it kind of helps orient yourself in this room a bit more. Like, yes, you've got this object, yes, you can walk around, but now with more objects in here, it gives you a much better idea of what's going on. And I'm just going to take this fireplace, I'm going to drag it down a little bit. It might mean we need to bring in that cube again, unhide it, and then hide it again, and make sure that none of these logs are actually going to be seen inside here. So we're going to, you know, it's just a lot of playing around with everything. And the biggest thing in here, it's like, I'm going to have the Christmas tree here. I want seating here somehow. And then the biggest thing is leaving room for the stairs I'm going to build that's going to let you go upstairs. So is this room big enough? That's a good question. I'm going to pull this wall back, which is going to change the shape of the roof and the placement of this. So if I select this wall, if I press, see, I like where this wall is. I don't really want to, well, maybe. Let's just move this back a little bit. Maybe we'll do something like that. We'll keep this empty in the center still, and then let's affect our roof. So in object mode, let's select the roof, select the whole thing, press A to select the whole thing. Let's press G to move this up a little bit, and then let's select in edit mode, edge select. Let's select all these edges, and let's press D. Let's select all these edges. S to scale, and let's scale it in the Y direction. We're going to bring it out further than the chimney, and then press G, and then lock it to the Z axis, bring it down. And I'm looking at this top log. I'm just kind of seeing where it intersects at, and maybe we'll do something like that. How does that feel? And then we'll press Control or Alt H in object mode. Look at all of our cool Boolean objects. And I think we need to adjust this one. So if we select these big cubes that we've created, go into edit mode, hover over these, press L, and press, 3 on the number pad. And we're gonna drag this up a little bit to match the new roof spot. And then we can select these Boolean objects again in object mode, holding Shift, left click, press H, And now it looks like we need to adjust this log. So let's select this wall in edit mode, press A to select everything, S to scale in the Y direction, and we're gonna bring this out just a little bit more. Go back into object mode by pressing tab, and I think that, you know, we only made it a little tiny bit bigger, but it actually feels like way nicer now. Let's grab this wall, go into edit mode. So this wall is being mirrored and then we're cutting holes out of it. Oh, we gotta move the window. Let's grab this window, press G. Let's move it out so that it's out here. And now we can grab this wall. Let's go into edit mode. Let's select this face. Let's press 3, select this face. And this wall will actually go all, like the entire length of the house. So we can press G, lock it to the Y axis, and bring it all the way this way. Now, because this is elevated a little bit, we'll probably need to add more and then add a boolean to cut out here, but we're not going to worry about that quite yet. We might not use a boolean to do that. We might just duplicate part of this wall and then add it to the... We'll see. We'll see when we get there. We're not worried about that yet. But what I am worried about now is this door not being lined up with this wall. So let's... I know it's going to be placed around here somewhere, so let me just line it up with this wall. Let's drag it out. If I press 7 on the number pad while in object mode, I can do a top-down view, Shift-Z to go into the wireframe mode and try to get this center. And then press Alt-H. We don't need this Boolean object. We can hide that. But we do need this. Go into edit mode. Let's hover over this. Press L. Select this. Let's do 1 on the number pad so we get a nice straight on view of this door. We need to build the Boolean object to cut out the hole for this door. So this cube that we have selected, let's press Shift D to duplicate, and let's drag this over here, and then we're going to press X, lock it to the X axis to scale it, or yeah, S to scale, lock it to the X axis to scale it. And we're just going to try to shape this to the size of this door. Pressing G to move it around as needed. S to scale, S to scale in the X direction. S to scale in the Z direction. We're going to bring this up. G, lock it to the Z. Maybe we'll just grab this face. G, lock it to the Z, bring this down. And now if we hide this Boolean, there's a very nice... So there's a lot more that we need to do over here, but we're going to go back towards this back deck and we're going to focus on building this deck. Now that I've got like this whole wall built, much better idea for scale, I think I can go ahead and start modeling this deck. And we're going to start with this plane that this was the first object we brought in, and we are going to edit this to be the size of the deck that we want. So let's do 7 on the number pad, and we're going to go into edit mode. 2 for edge select. Let's select this edge, press G, lock it to the X axis, let's bring it down, kind of bring it in line with the roof. In edit mode, let's select this edge. So edge select by pressing 2, G, lock to the Y axis. We're going to bring this all the way out. G, not G, we're going to select this edge, G. And I actually want stairs here. So I'm thinking the terrain is going to kind of go down, and this is kind of like on a hill point. So the hill is kind of going like this. So I want stairs to go from this deck down to the ground. So we're going to drag this out a little bit farther than what we typically would. And I think that should be enough for the stairs. Kind of just eyeballing this. We are going to in object mode now. So pressing tab, going back into object mode, we're going to add a modifier. We're going to add a solidify modifier to this as well. So this is the same modifier we put on the roof. We're going to increase the thickness. And now because this is only one face, we don't really need to check even thickness. Going to make this a thick object. And now when I make wooden structures, what I like to do is I'll do like a plane, like a single face for what the player is going to be walking on. And then I also like to kind of put boards around the faces. So we're going to kind of do something like that. So we're in object mode. Shift right click, move my cursor over here, do Shift A, mesh, bring in a plane, go into edit mode. Let's scale this down. R to rotate in the Y direction. Hold Control to rotate this 90 degrees. Go back into object mode. Let's go to add modifier. We're going to add a solidify modifier to this, and we're going to increase this. Let's make sure even thickness is selected for this. We're going to increase this to maybe 0.05 or something like that. It's kind of your prerogative. Let's press G. Let's move this in the X direction. Let's bring this over here. G, lock to the Z axis, bring this down. Let's go into edit mode. Press 2 for edge select. Select this bottom edge. G, lock to the Z axis, bring this up. And let's grab this edge. Press G, lock to the Y axis, bring it all the way to where it's intersecting with that log or the wall right there. Then we're going to grab this edge and we're going to bring this out. And then we're going to extrude this, which we haven't done yet. So this is a new feature for any new Blender people. E to extrude, that's going to extrude another edge. And we're going to bring this all the way in the, pressing X to lock it to the X axis, bring it all the way down here. Press G, lock to the X axis. E to extrude again in the Y direction. And let's press 3, select this face. And let's make sure that this intersects with our object here. So let's go back to this plank little board thing that we're modeling. Press 2 for edge select this edge. Press G to lock to the, or G to move. Y to lock to the Y axis. E to extrude. X to lock to the X axis. We're going to bring this all the way to the wall. And I actually think this goes out a bit too far. So let's select this object, go into edit mode, press 2 for edge select this edge, press G, let's move it in the Y direction over here. Let's go back to this object, tab to go into edit mode, 3 for face select, so let's select this face, G, lock it to the Y axis, and let's bring this in right there. And now this gives us kind of a much better board deck feeling, I think, and it's really simple to do. But in addition to this little thing, something actually needs to be holding up this deck, otherwise it would fall. So we need to put some support underneath, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to kind of replicate the logs and create logs holding this up. So we're gonna, maybe my cursor over here is fine, Shift A, mesh, cylinder, and instead of 32 vertices, let's do 16 again, and let's go into edit mode, S to scale. The player is never gonna see this top face, so in edit mode, face select by pressing 3, we can select this top face, press X, and delete this face. The player's never going to see it. The player's also never going to see this bottom face either. And so we can select that, press X, delete face, and then just like we did, we marked seams with this and prepare this for UV unwrapping. We can do the same for this as well. We can select one of these, press U, mark seam. That way we're going to use the array modifier on this, so that way we don't need to mark seams on every object that we're going to create here. This way it's already done, and I'm going to right click, shade smooth. Let's go back over to object data properties, auto smooth to like 60 or something. And if I press 1 on the number pad, I can get that straight on orthographic view. Shift Z will give me the wireframe mode, and then I can take this object, and this is going to be, you know, just a post that's holding up this whole thing. So if I kind of just press G, move this somewhere that feels nice. So we'll start here, go into edit mode. Let's grab this bottom edge, G, lock it to the Z axis. Let's bring this down, and I'm just going to bring it way down because the terrain is going to interact with this and it's going to hide this. So you're not going to really see most of it. Maybe we don't need to go that far down, but maybe something like that. And now that I've got the shape of it that I want, I can go into edit mode, select the whole thing, press U, unwrap. And in UV editing, you can see that it unwrapped properly and it looks good. Let's go back to modeling, or we'll go back to layout. And now I want to go to this wrench, go to modifier, add modifier. We're going to add an array modifier to this. And if I do Control A, rotation and scales applied, which is fine. Let's do 3 and we'll increase this. So maybe it's something like, maybe not like, whoops, 3, maybe something like that. I don't want this intersecting with this, so maybe something like that. We're going to add another array modifier. So add modifier array, and then we'll, instead of the X factor, we'll do Y, and then we'll increase the count to, you know, to 5 maybe. That might be too much. 4 might be enough. Something like that. So now we've got post underneath this little deck that's going to be, you know, letting the player know that this deck is supported, and if they walk on it, they're not going to fall. The whole thing's not going to collapse. I'm going to assume that this roof is the roof I'm going to be using, and something in the reference that I really liked was, if we go up to this image, I really liked how this post was like holding up the roof here. So I kind of want to replicate something like that. So let's go ahead and build that. We can start by taking this wall, pressing Shift D, duplicating. Let's just bring it over here. We're gonna remove the Boolean modifier because we don't need it. And then we're gonna also remove the array modifier. So now we just got our single log. So now we got our single log. We're gonna press G, lock to the Z-axis, bring it up. And actually let's R to rotate Z-axis and hold control to lock it. And we are gonna kind of just stick this into the house somewhere and bring it up. We want this maybe something like that. We're just pressing G, moving it, and this log is going to be coming out of this house to support this roof. Honestly, I would like to just extrude this top log, but I don't want to apply that modifier yet. So maybe I will later, but for now we'll use this object and we'll go into edit mode. Let's grab this face, press G, let's lock it to the x-axis, let's bring it back because we don't need it to come out as far as it was. And let's actually use the mirror modifier. And we've got this empty that should be mirroring in the center of this house. So we could press add modifier mirror, and then mirror object, we can select this empty object and then press Y, and then it pops up on the other side. And let's make sure X isn't on. So that's perfect. And let's face select, hold Alt, and we're going to select the face loops of this. So Shift D to duplicate, R to rotate, Z to lock it to the Z axis, hold Control, rotate it 90 degrees, S to scale in the Y direction. Let's press G to move, lock it to the XY by pressing Shift Z. Let's bring this somewhere right here. We're going to want this back edge. We're going to try to actually, let's scale this whole thing. Let's bring it down a little bit so we don't have any Z fighting or anything. And then let's press 1 for vertices select these vertices, press G, lock to the Y axis. And now we want these vertices to join in the center, but it may be kind of hard to get it exactly right. So if we come over here to the mirror modifier and press clipping, we can make it so that it, like, when they hit in the center, they attach to each other. So we can hover over this object, press L, and then we can press Shift D to duplicate, and we're going to put another like supporting beam somewhere right here. And we can turn this clipping off and press Shift D to duplicate, and we're going to press right click on the mouse to bring it back to its like original starting point. R to rotate, lock it to the x-axis, hold Control, and they disconnect because we had turned off clipping. So now we've got this object here, and let's press S to scale in the Z direction, G, lock it to the Z axis, bring us up. And we're gonna scale this just a little bit so that we don't get Z fighting. And then we're gonna press 1 for vertex select, Shift Z for wireframe, select these top vertices. Let's bring this up. We want this to kind of rotate like that, but we don't want to use the rotate tool because it kind of deforms this object. Let's use the shear tool. So if you press T, this menu should pop up on the left side. All the way at the bottom there is this shear tool. If we select that, you should see this pop up, and then we could use, if we select this little icon and drag up, we can shear this object, and that's going to let us rotate. And maybe we can do the offset to 1, and then pressing W will go back to your selection tool, and now we've got this curved loop of vertices here. And we can press G, Z, and have that intersect with the roof. And now let's hover over this, press L to select everything, and I'm doing Shift Z to go into wireframe mode just because it's a bit easier. Maybe press 7 to get a top-down view, or press Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the x-axis. Let's drag this over and put one over here, and let's try to center it properly. And it looks like maybe we need to, in object mode, select the roof, go into edit mode, select both these edges, and bring this out just a little bit more. Now let's select this object again, back in object mode, go press tab to go into edit mode. We're gonna press 3, and we're gonna hover over this, so we're in face select, and I'm gonna press L to select this whole thing. We're gonna press Shift D to duplicate again, R to rotate, lock it to the X, or yeah, press X to lock it to the X-axis, hold Control, and we're gonna press G, move it along the Y-axis. We're bringing this all the way over, and this is gonna be like our support beam. Let's select these bottom vertices, let's drag this up. And now we need to create what I was talking about, like this little part right here. So you can kind of see the shapes I took from this reference to make this supporting beam log thing. but now let's create the logs here. So let's select this wall again, Shift D. We're just going to use this object once again. We're going to remove the Boolean modifier because we don't need it. Let's go into edit mode. Let's make sure we press A to select all the vertices, scale it in the Y direction. We'll do something like that. We need the count to be like 4 maybe. Let's press G. Let's do object set origin to center. That way it's a bit easier to move around in Blender. It looks like we're gonna need to pull this deck out. So let's grab this plane. Let's grab the little boards that go around it. And let's go press 7, top down, edit mode. So now we're editing both these objects. We're gonna use our box selection tool and press 1 for vertices select these vertices and drag this out a bit. And maybe not that far, just something like that. Maybe we can drag this out this way. And if we really want to adjust this, we can do something like that. Let's go back to this object that we were working on. What I want is to take this cube. This cube is supposed to represent our like person, and I want these logs to be kind of the height of the railing out here. This feels a bit big. So what if I do Alt scale to scale this? So I guess if I just press S to scale, it does it too. I'm wondering now if I made these logs too big, which I totally might have, but it's probably fine. Let's grab this. This little post. Let's hover over it, press L, select all these faces, S, scale, and then press Shift C to lock it to the XY. And we're going to scale this a little bit to make this a bit smaller. And I scaled this down just a little bit to something that I think is a bit more appropriate for the height of a railing. So we'll do something like that. And then we'll press G and we'll try to maybe press 7, try to center this on this log post. And then let's, in edit mode, press A to select all the vertices. We've got the array modifier on it, so it's duplicating it 4 times up. Press Shift D to duplicate, right click to bring it back to its starting point, R to rotate, Z to lock to the Z axis, hold Control. We'll do something like that. And then let's grab this post. Let's grab these bottom vertices, pressing 1 for vertices select. Box selection, select these bottom vertices. Let's press G, lock it to the Z axis, bring this up. And then we can take this. The seams are already made. If we go to UV editing, and this is just to save us time later, we can press A, U, unwrap. So this is now unwrapped appropriately. And I actually think they need to be a bit longer. It looks a bit weird. So let's hover over this, scale this in the Y direction, and this is not completely rotated, and scale this in the X direction, maybe something like that. Does that look normal? I think it looks normal. We'll go with it, and let's unwrap it again, and then we can go to the array modifier in object mode, press Control A to apply it, or you can hit this drop down and press apply. And now these objects are all together. You have to apply it because I'm going to join it to this object. And the only modifier on this is the mirror. I don't want an array modifier on it. So let's select this object, holding Shift, and then Control J. Control J will join objects together if you have 2 objects selected in object mode. And now we've kind of got this supporting mesh here. Okay, we're going to keep moving forward with working on the railing around this little balcony area. Okay, so this is going to be very simple. What I really like is in the references, this has like these really thick trunk railings, and I'm going to kind of replicate that a bit. So first thing I'm going to do is let's shift right click, bring my cursor over here. Let's shift A, mesh. I'm in object mode. We're going to go down to cylinder to bring in a cylinder. Maybe I'm going to keep it at 16. I like that scale. And we're going to scale this in edit mode. So tap edit mode, S to scale, bring this up, and maybe we'll scale this a bit more. Let's press 3 for face, select Shift Z, wireframe. Let's select this bottom face. The player is never going to see this bottom face, so we don't need to render it. So let's press X, delete that face. Let's, with face selection still enabled, let's select this and let's drag this up. So that can kind of be our post. And let's actually move this over here, since this is gonna kind of be the height of this. And I'm just doing Shift tilde to walk around this scene. And this is a bit high. Let's actually bring this down a little bit. Let's press A to select all these. I'm in edit mode on this object. S to scale, Shift Z to lock it to the XY axis. Let's bring this down a little bit. And let's right click, shade smooth, object data properties, normals, auto smooth. Let's do something like 65. And now let's, in object mode, or in edit mode, we'll go back into edit mode. We'll select everything. Shift D to duplicate. Let's press X to lock to the X axis. Let's bring this down all the way over there. And then let's press Alt, face select, left click, select these faces, Shift D to duplicate. So we're just duplicating that ring of faces. Let's press R to rotate in the Y direction, bring this out like this. And then maybe we'll scale this down a little bit. And this will be that like long tree trunk area. And we can kind of drag this in there. Let's press 2 for edge select these edges. Press G, lock it to the X axis, bring this all the way over. And maybe this can come down a little bit more. Press Shift D, duplicate, lock it to the Z axis, bring this up. And now we kind of have, I think, what we're going for now. These are supposed to be like tree trunks, and tree trunks are like natural objects, and they're not supposed to be very perfect objects like these cylinders. And I mean, this goes for everything, and we might adjust this stuff as we go. But for this, let's go ahead and actually, before I get to what I was about to say, let's duplicate this. Let's press Shift D, duplicate this over here. R to rotate, holding Control, rotate at 90 degrees. I press G to move, press Shift Z to lock it to the XY, and now I can move it over here. And I'm just going to place this, and let's just place these posts where we want them. In edit mode, press 1 for vertices select all these vertices at the end. Let's drag this out this way. So this will be the railing at the end here. Maybe we can bring, that's fine. Shift D, duplicate in object mode, bring this over, pressing Y to lock it to the Y axis. Let's press tab to go into edit mode, 1 for vertices select, wireframe, Shift Z, and then we can select all these vertices, drag this over. This one's going to be a little bit different. We can hover, select this edge, hover over this, press L, hover over this, press L, Shift D to duplicate, Shift Z again to lock to the X and Y axis. Let's drag it over here. R to rotate, Z to lock to the X and Y axis. Hold Control to snap. Let's bring this over. We're going to have it intersect on this side. Pressing 1 for vertex select, Shift Z for our wireframe. Let's select these vertices, bring this over. And now we can select the vertice on this thing. Press L, duplicate, Shift D, lock to the X axis. Let's bring this all the way over. Select these vertices, G, lock it to the X axis, bring this over. So now we've kind of got the shape of all of our railings. I want to make these look more like logs. So I'm going to select this object, hold Shift, select that, hold Shift, select that, go into edit mode. So now I can edit all these objects at once. And I'm going to do Control R. I'm going to add some edge loops, Control R. And I'm just going to put some random edge loops in weird spots. No more than 3. You don't really need that much. Maybe 1 there, 2 there, 4 there. Why not 2 down here? Maybe we'll press G twice and move it along there. And then let's press 1 for vertices select, and I'm going to press W until I've got this lasso. And I'm just going to select all these edge loops, hold Shift, select all these little edge loops, and then I'm going to do F3. Then I'm going to search randomize, and then I'm going to press mesh transform randomize. And that's going to move my vertices around in a random direction by 0.1 meters. That's a bit much for me. So maybe I'll do 0.02, and that will move stuff just a little bit. And that will help us get a bit more irregularness, you know, kind of make this feel more like a natural object than just a simple cylinder. Maybe I can scale some of these end pieces. I'm holding Alt in vertices select, selecting this vertice loop, and I'm just scaling these a little bit. I could even do it for these if I wanted to. And all of this will just make this stuff feel, and we're just pressing G, moving things around, selecting these vertices, and all of this will help make these feel more like tree trunks. Let's scale that. Let's drag this out, maybe something like that. And I think that's pretty good. It's subtle, but I think it looks a lot better. We're gonna kind of do the same thing for these posts. So maybe I'll scale the top there, and we'll take this and we'll rotate it a little bit. Press G, move things over. We'll do the same thing there. Maybe grab this, scale that up, scale. And I'm just holding Alt, left click, selecting these vertices and scaling them in little tiny weird ways. Nothing too significant, just to make them feel a bit more natural. Let's select the top of this post, scale. Maybe we'll do something like that. Control R to add a couple more edge loops. I'm pressing Control R and then using the mouse scroll to add more edge loops. Maybe we'll grab this. Maybe we'll grab this top one. Scale that. Let's rotate this, scale. So something like this, I think that's more than enough. And now I need the bars that go in between these. So let's shift right click, bring my cursor somewhere like that, shift A. Let's do cubes, tab, scale, and now the player is never going to see this top face and the player is never going to see this bottom face, so we can delete those by pressing X, delete those faces, A to select everything, S to scale, and we can do shift Z to lock to the X and Y axis. Maybe we'll do something like that. Let's press 7, top down view, shift C for wireframe, and try to center this on the railing. And I won't rotate this or anything, but we'll do that. And now let's just get this into position, pressing G to move it up. Let's go into edit mode, press A to select everything, S to scale, Z to lock to the Z axis. Let's scale this up. Let's press 2 for edge select, select this edge, press U, mark seam. And just like we did with this wall, we're gonna select this because there's gonna be a bunch of these. Let's go to UV editing and let's select this whole, go into edit mode with this object, select the whole thing, press U, unwrap, and it's going to unwrap this cube for us. Let's go back to layout. I'm pressing period on the number pad to reorient my screen. To center the object. I'm pressing delete on the number pad to center the object, which was that movement I was talking about at the beginning, which helps me move around. So period on the number pad lets me go back to this object, and now we can go over to the add modifier. So that's the wrench, add modifier, array modifier, and we're gonna increase this, I guess, to negative, something like that. Increase the count by a whole bunch, and you can kind of determine on how many of these that you want to do. I'm going to do like -6 maybe, and then do 29 here. Shift D to duplicate, Shift Z to lock to the XY axis, and let's rotate. Z, hold control to rotate. Let's bring this over. It's top down by pressing 7, Shift Z for wireframe. Let's bring this, try to center it out on this railing. And let's increase the count for this, and then press Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the Y axis by pressing Y. And now let's bring this down. And then one more time, we're gonna press Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the XY by pressing Shift Z, R to rotate, hold control to snap it, and bring it on this railing, and then increase the count. And now you've got your railings. I'm gonna slow down a little bit. The next thing, let's move to the roof, and I kind of want to make something like a perpendicular roof, kind of like this. So what's the best way to go about doing it? Actually, what I just did is probably the best way to go about it. So let's do that. Let's select the roof object, go press tab, go into edit mode, press 2 or 1 for the selection mode. It doesn't really matter for this. Hover over this top part of the roof that we had duplicated, press L and Shift D, X, move it along the X, and then we're just going to move it down here. Maybe press 7 to get a top-down view, Shift C to go to the wireframe mode, R to rotate, hold control to snap it. You know, this gets us part way there. I'm not going to let this clip between this roof object because you would see it in here, and it's kind of just for decoration, to be honest. So we're probably going to model it out on one side and then duplicate it and bring it over to the other side. So let's press 2 for edge select. We're still in edit mode. We're going to select this edge, hold shift, select this edge, press G. Let's bring this all the way to the center. and it's going to be something like that. Let's hover over it. Press L so we can select this entire selection. Press G, lock to the Z. Let's bring it down just so it's at the same height as this other roof. And then we're going to press 2 for edge select again. Select these 2 outer edges. G to move, lock it to the Y-axis. Let's bring it out this way. So it comes all the way over here. Maybe it won't go all the way to the edge, but right there should work. And now let's press 1 for vertice select. We're going to select this vertice on this side of this roof. And then we're going to press Shift C to go to the wireframe mode. Hold Shift, select this vertice on the opposite side. Press G to move, lock it to the Y-axis. Let's drag it over, and we're going to bring this almost all the way to that front vertice. And you should have something that kind of looks like this. And I actually think this comes out a bit too far. So maybe well, now we're in vertice select. So we'll do vertice select by pressing 1, Shift C for the wireframe, and let's select all these vertices on the outside. I don't want these vertices, and I selected them by accident. The way to deselect that, you can hold Control and select the vertices you don't want, and then it will deselect those. So let's select just these outer vertices. Oh, I also got the vertice on this roof, which we don't want. So if I just hold Shift, I can also click on these, or click on that to deselect it. So now I just have these vertices right here. Press G, lock it to the Y-axis. Maybe we'll bring it to like right there. And maybe we'll scale this in a little bit. S to scale on the Z-axis. We'll do something like that. And honestly, I would like this fireplace to be in the center of this roof object, so maybe I'll just move this over, or I might want to move. Okay, this is what I'll do. I'll take this and I'll move it on the x-axis to around where this kind of hits the corner of the first roof object. I can hover over this, press L, select all that entire selection, press Shift D to duplicate, right click on the mouse button to bring it back to its starting point, R to rotate, and hold Control to snap. We're going to rotate it 180 degrees, press G to move, lock it to the Y-axis. Let's drag this over, and we're just going to bring this over to the other side, and that will help us balance where this is. And then I'm just going to select in object mode, I'm going to select the fireplace and try to center it. So that's where I want the fireplace to come up at. And I'm going to go inside and I'm just going to take a look to see how this looks in here. Looks pretty good. We're going to model more to the interior roof, so we don't really have to worry about stuff clipping right now. I don't want this roof to intersect with this fireplace right here. So I'm going to select this roof object in object mode. Let's edit and press 2 for edge select. Well, actually, it might be better for vertice select. This might be easier to separate these two objects out from the rest of the roof. So in edit mode, let's choose vertice select, hover over this, press L to select that entire selection, and hover over the other one, press L to select that. Let's press P, and we're going to separate this from this object. So press separate by selection. We'll click that, and now if we go back into object mode, we can select just this roof. It's no longer a part of this entire object. So let's select just this, then we can go back into edit mode, 1 for vertice select, Shift Z for wireframe, and we can press 7 for the top down view, select all these vertices on this side and select all these vertices on this side. And we're going to scale this on the Y axis and bring this in just so that it intersects with this fireplace just a little bit. And I think that looks good. And we should probably be able to pull these up. So if we select just these bottom vertices, we can press G and move it in the Z axis just so we take these vertices up just a little bit. And that way we're not seeing this clip or outside of anywhere. It's kind of like all contained, if that makes sense. I don't know if that made sense, but cool. This is what I want. Now let's fill this space that's here. So we're gonna just shift back in object mode, shift right click, bring my cursor to something like right there, shift A. We're gonna bring in a new mesh, a plane, and then we're gonna press R to rotate in the X axis, hold Control to snap, and then we'll have something like this. Press G to move, G to move. I'm just gonna move this in place. Tab into edit mode, A to select everything, S to scale it in the X direction. We'll do that. And this wasn't directly centered, so we'll just have to press G to move it along the X. I think I might want it in just a little bit more. G to move, and I'm just pressing G and locking it to the appropriate axis to move this in the place that I want, S to scale, and then we'll press 2 for edge select, select this top edge, press G to move, lock it to the Z axis, bring this all the way up, and then I can press 1 for vertices select, and then I can press M, which is the hotkey for, or the key shortcut for merge, and then I can merge these top 2 vertices at center, and now those are merged together, and now I've got this space filled. We want to duplicate this and bring this to the other side, but we have to be careful because this is a plane object. So plane objects are only rendered on one side, but in Blender by default, so if I bring this object out, you can see both sides of this plane. We need to make sure that the point that's facing outward is the face that players are actually going to be able to see. You can test that by going into the solid view in the top right, pressing this drop down arrow, and you've got a bunch of options in here. If we turn on back face culling, this will show us which faces are rendered and not rendered. So we can see on this side of this plane that's not rendered. So if we bring this back, we'll just move that back in there. And then we can take this, we can press Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the Y axis, bring this all the way over, and we drag this way. We can't see it because this is the back face, so we'll have to flip that. So we could rotate this 180 degrees like that, or we can press Tab to go into edit mode, A to select everything, go to Mesh, come all the way down to Normals, and press Flip. And that would also do it. And it looks like I brought this out a bit too far, so let's press G, let's move it back on the Y axis, bring it right back in there. And if you want, you could hold Shift, select both of these, and press Control J to join them together. So now these are part of the same object. Continuing to move to the right, we are going to focus on the outside of this house. And so we've got the upstairs roof, which is elevated a bit higher than the rest of the roof. And I want the wall to to continue upwards over here as well. I think a good way to do that is to take this wall that we already have existing, press Shift D to duplicate, right click on the mouse to bring it back to its origin point, press G, G is to move, lock it to the Z axis. Let's bring this all the way up. And I'm just going to try to place this on top of the wall that we have there. I'm just eyeballing it. And then one thing I don't want is the Boolean modifier that is affecting, well, I don't want it to use this cube as the Boolean. We might need a Boolean on this, possibly. I'm not quite sure yet, but we'll just turn that off so it's not being affected by any objects. We obviously don't need this to come so far out, so we can press Tab, go into edit mode, and select all these vertices at the end. Press G, let's bring it all the way back. We'll bring it maybe like right here, just like where it touches the roof, just a little bit. And we don't need it to go so high, so we can press this drop down in the array and turn this down. And I only really need like 4, maybe 5. That seems good. And I actually think that these walls are coming out this way too far. So maybe if in object mode, so I'm in object mode, I'm going to select the walls that we just created, and then I'm going to hold Shift and select these walls, and I'm going to press Tab to go into edit mode. Let's press 3 for face select, and I'm going to select the faces of these 2 logs on this side. And then to adjust how far it goes out, we can just press G to move, X and bring it back. And I'm just going to eyeball something that feels a bit nicer than what we had. Maybe something like this. If I select, and I'm just going to make this plane a little bit smaller just to help me visualize what this might look like. Something that like that I think is a bit better. I think that's all right for now. We're going to come back and we're going to try to fill this space right here. We're going to do that with some more logs. So let's select this object all the way at the end. We're going to press Shift D to duplicate, press X to lock to the X axis, and we're going to drag this all the way over here. And we want this to intersect with these logs. And we don't need this to start all the way at the bottom like this one is. We can press G. Let's drag this up just to where this roof starts. Maybe to something like that. Maybe one more. Let's go inside, see where that is. We'll do it to right here. So I'm going to line this log up with this one so it like matches with the log cabin. So it matches with the log cabin aesthetic. that we're going for. And we don't need this many, so we can come over to the right to the wrench and go down to modifier, and we can turn this down to like maybe 20. Will 20 work? 20 will work. So that's good. Now, just like we did with this back wall and these two side walls that we used a Boolean modifier, right now it's got a Boolean on it that it's using the cubes that we had modeled over here. We don't want it to use that object, so we can cancel. Oops. Make sure you're on the right object and then go to the Boolean modifier. Let's cancel that cube. And we're going to make some new cubes to work with this. So let's press Alt-H to unhide everything in object mode. To create the Boolean objects that we need for this wall, I'm going to duplicate these two giant cubes that we've created. So let's select this object, go into edit mode, let's hover over both of these cubes, press L to select both of them, Shift D to duplicate, let's bring it along the x-axis, and then I'm going to press P again to separate this from this object by going to separate, selection, and then we can go back into object mode, select this object and bring this over. Now we can hide these other Boolean objects again. So let's select this, hold shift, let's select this one, and then press H to hide. And now let's focus on editing this object. We're going to need to add more to this, but for right now, let's press 3 for the straight on orthographic view of this house. And we're looking at this triangle for the roof, and we are going to take this object and press G, and we're going to try to line it up with this. And then we can take this top wall that we used, go down to the Boolean modifier, take this eyedropper, select this, and now if we hide this, we can see that it is doing the exact same thing that it was doing on this other wall. But we still need to create an opening inside the house. So let's unhide that. I'm just going to press Ctrl Z to unhide it. And in this object, we're going to select this Boolean, these cubes that we've created, press tab to go into object mode. And maybe I'll bring my cursor to here. Actually, I want to spawn a cube directly in the center of this log cabin. So I'm going to, in object mode, I'm going to select this empty, which is the center. We're mirroring stuff on this. So I know that this empty object is the center. We're going to press Shift S. And this is going to give us some cursor options. And we're going to press cursor to selected. And then in object mode, I can press Shift A, mesh, cube. And now we've got a different cube here. And I want this to be joined with this Boolean cube object, so I'll just select that. With both of them selected, I'll press Ctrl J to join those together. And now in edit mode, I can press Shift Z for wireframe. I can select this cube and then press 3 for the straight on orthographic view of this log cabin. And we're trying to cut, you can see this triangle is the roof of the lower area, and then this triangle is the roof of the higher area. I'm trying to create a space in between both of these. So if I'm gonna rotate this cube by 45 degrees, so 45 or negative 45 in this case. And then if I just press S to scale, I can press G, and I should be able to scale this quite large. I'm gonna kind of match the roof shape of the lower roof, and then we're gonna just bring it down a little bit lower. And if I come inside, it's kind of hard to see. Maybe it doesn't have to be so thick. So if I take this and scale it in just the X direction, I can hide a lot of it. And then if I press H, it hides it, and we can kind of take a look and see if this is doing what we want. And I think this will be good. It looks like the roof needs to come in a bit more, so maybe we'll select that object. Press 2 for edge select, select both these back edges, press G and move it. And it's going to clip with some of those logs, but I think it should be fine. We'll drag these edges into where it's like intersecting with these logs. And I think that'll be fine. We're going to put snow on top of this, so any like little imperfections like this are going to get hidden anyways. I think this looks good. We're going to go back to the roof object in object mode. We're going to press tab to go into edit mode, 2 for edge select, select both these edges, and maybe I bring this out just a little bit more in this direction. Obviously, this little things like that are all up to you, whether you want to do it or not. I'm looking at this and I think that this second roof might be a bit too high. I'm wondering if I should bring it down. If we select this top wall that we created, maybe we'll do 4 logs and we'll bring this down just enough to be intersecting with those logs. And now we'll have to press Alt H, Boolean objects, and we're gonna have to bring these cubes down just a little bit. And now let's hide those objects again. Press H. Oh, the Boolean is doing something weird, but this feels better to me. Let's press Alt H again to unhide these objects. Let's hide the ones we don't want to see. What's going on with this? Let's double hit G, hold Alt, bring that out. If I hide that, oop, it's still doing something weird with, what if I just got rid of that top one since we don't need it anymore? That seemed to fix it. We'll hide this, and now we'll focus on this back wall. We still have a lot of work to do on the inside. Let's take this. We're gonna build this back wall. And what I want to do is I want to build something kind of like this, where the roof kind of goes over and there's like a secondary roof pointed in the other direction. So I want to make something like that. So let's take this wall that we've made. Let's press Shift D to duplicate, and we don't need, so we've got this new object of this log cabin. There's some modifiers on this that we don't need. We're going to remove the mirror modifier, and then we're going to just go into the Boolean modifier and X out of this cube object. We don't need that. And let's do 7 for top down, R to rotate, hold Control to snap, and we're gonna rotate it 90 degrees. And then this is going to be our back wall. So I'm just gonna press G in object. I'm still just in object mode, and I'm gonna try to place this to the best of my ability to where I think I'm gonna want it. Maybe we'll drop down the array. Don't know if I need 16. Let's go into edit mode to resize this log. We'll press G, lock to the y-axis, and we're just going to bring this all the way in. This wall is up against on the entrance area where the kitchen area, and there's going to be like a little lounge area in here. I want 2 windows here, so let's grab one of these windows in object mode, press Shift D to duplicate, Shift C to lock to the XY axis, and drag it over here. R to rotate, hold Control to snap it, rotate it 90 degrees, and we're just going to do our best and place this. And let's come inside the building for a little bit, take this plane, go into edit mode, press 2 for edge select this edge. Let's drag this over so it comes all the way to the wall. That way, I'm only doing that so I can take this object, which is supposed to represent our player, and this will help me visualize where this window is actually going to be. Typically for windows, I try to make it so that they match with the height of the door. So let's move this up to kind of match that, and then if I place this so I can see it from the the player's perspective, and maybe we'll press that Shift tilde button to walk around, we can kind of see how large a player might look up against this window, and I think that's pretty good. So now let's press G in object mode, and we're gonna place this outside, and maybe we'll mirror this because I kind of want them even. So we'll add a modifier on this, go to mirror. We're going to find that empty object that we created that's all the way up here. We're going to mirror it on this empty object over the y-axis, and that will help us place this. And I think just kind of use your own discretion. I think maybe we'll do something like that. That looks good. We need to create some cubes to use as Boolean objects for this. So let's Shift right click, bring our cursor over here, Shift A, mesh cube. Let's bring in a cube, and we're going to press 3 to get that straight on orthographic view. Shift C to go into wireframe, press tab to go into edit mode. 3, I'm going to use the face selection tool. A to select everything, and let's do our best to scale in the Z direction, and we're going to scale in the Y direction. We're just going to try to reshape this cube to match this window, just like we did with the other stuff, or with the other windows before. Let's select this side, press G. We're just going to move this in the y-axis, bring this over. Let's select this bottom one, G to move, lock it to the z-axis. And I think something like this looks good. Press A to select everything, and we're going to press Shift D to duplicate, bring it along the y-axis, and we're going to bring this over here, and we're going to try to place it right on top of this other window. And now once you have those, let's make sure it intersects with our wall. Let's select our wall, go down to that Boolean modifier, select this eyedropper, select those cube objects, and we can hide that, and it should create the holes that we want. And it does. Let's try to build this roof. This kind of has like a curved shape to it, but I'm not really going to be focusing on that. I'm just going to make a straight lined roof over here. So let's, the cursor is fine where it is. In object mode, let's press Shift A, mesh. Actually, because the roof has all the solidify modifier that we want, we'll select this roof, and then we'll press tab to go in edit mode. Then we'll press Shift A and bring in a plane, press G, and maybe we'll rotate this. I'm going to press 1 on the number pad to get that orthographic straight on view. R to rotate, and I'm going to hold snap, and let's do 45 degrees maybe, since we've been making everything like 45 degrees. S to scale in the Y direction, and I want it to go as far, maybe this doesn't need to be 45 degrees. That seems kind of extreme. Maybe we'll just press R. We don't need to press control. We don't need to snap it. We can just kind of eyeball what we like. And it needs to be in line with this top roof. So maybe it'll be something like this. And I'm just going to try to center this to the best of my abilities. Scale in the Y direction. That seems kind of high. If the floor is somewhere around here, I don't really want this roof to be up there, which means this, selecting this roof means we are going to want to grab both of those edges and bring this down and maybe scale. Let's do press G twice, hold Alt. Oh, we might have to edit some stuff. Okay, we're going to take a second. Let's look at this. I think I might, instead of like changing the roof's size, I might just need to lower this roof a little bit more. We're going to take this window and place it. So we're in object mode. We're going to duplicate this window and place it kind of upstairs, kind of where it needs to be. And then we're going to go from there trying to place this roof bit. So let's grab this window, Shift D to duplicate. We don't need the mirror modifier on it, so let's press X to get rid of that. Let's press 3 to get that straight on orthographic view, and let's line this up with the window in the front, and then that way we'll know that the window is kind of centered, and then we can press G. This is going to be a bit higher. It's gonna, if the floor for the upstairs is like right here, that means that this window needs to be around this height, I think. So let's press G, let's bring this in. It's going to end up being something like that. And so if that's the location of our window, we can select the roof again, press tab, go into edit mode, 2 for edge select this edge, let's press 1 for that straight on orthographic view. That means this is going to need to be like there, which doesn't really work. It's going to end up being like, it needs to be like this, which means this roof might need to be pulled down that much. That's a bit more than I think is necessary. Maybe we'll bring it down a little bit. We'll have to change some stuff on that wall, but let's just focus on the roof for now. If I select these vertices, GG, bring this over, GG, let's press Alt, bring this over, select this edge, or select this entire roof, and now it intersects appropriately, but now there's this huge lip hanging off, which I don't like. I'm gonna Control Z everything I did. Let's bring, maybe this just won't, or maybe we can raise this floor a little bit. Raise this up a little bit, bring this down, and we'll bring this roof back up to where it was. Look, that could work. And then that means that this needs more logs for the wall. It just feels so high. Why does it feel so high? Regardless, this might still need some more work, but we're going to leave it alone for now. We're going to work on the interior, kind of make our way in that direction to get a better idea of what's going on in the interior of this building before we make any final decisions for this. I guess when we get to it, we'll get to it. Let's go inside the building now. One thing I want to hide is this door because we've got this balcony object, and if I press H, so we've got the floor for the balcony, and then we've got the floor to the interior, and in some way that these two objects need to like hide the seam between them, and so we'll have to work on that. This plane is fine for the floor. We just need to reshape it to fit this floor, to fit this room. So let's grab this in object mode, press tab to go into edit mode, press 2 for edge select this edge. Then we're going to press G to move, Y to lock to the Y-axis, and we're going to bring it until it intersects with this wall. And then let's do the same thing on the other side. Let's grab this edge, press G, lock it to the Y-axis, bring this over, and then we're going to leave that one there for now. And now we're going to grab the edge on the other side, and we're going to come to this door frame, press G, lock to the X-axis, and I'm going to hold Shift to move it a bit slower than just normal movement. So hold Shift, and we're going to make it until just right until it hits the balcony object, and we're going to model something that kind of hovers and hides this. Let's do that now. Actually, Shift right click, bring the cursor over here, Shift A. We're still in edit mode. We're gonna bring in a new shape, cube, and that's going to bring a cube right on our cursor. S to scale, let's bring this down, and this is going to be a very simple shape. Let's press 3 for face select, select this face, and Shift Z for the wireframe mode, and select this bottom face. The player's never going to see these faces, so we can delete them. Press X, delete faces, and then I'm going to hover over this, press L to select the whole thing, S to scale again. On the Z axis, we're going to bring this down, and this is just going to be like a little piece of wood that hides the seam between these two different floors. And we're going to just kind of make it hover a little bit, press 2 for edge select, and I'm going to hold Alt and left click on this edge to select all those 3 edges because they're in a loop. We're going to select that edge loop all at once, press G, lock to the Y axis, bring this all the way over, and let's make it so that it's not selecting these faces and moving them so that it's kind of centered with the door frame. Going back to edge select by pressing 2, hold Alt, so let's left click select this edge loop, G to move, lock to the Y axis, let's bring this over. And now maybe we'll bevel these. So to the bevel tool in Blender is Control B, so we can select this edge, hold Shift, select this edge, Control B and pull, and that's gonna bevel this object. And then once you bevel, you get a bunch of different options here that you can play with. You can play with that if you want. Using the scroll wheel will allow for more edges to be made. We're just going to do the one bevel, do something like that, and I think that will be fine. That's the floor of this room. Now let's look at the ceiling. We're gonna create a ceiling for in here, and this is going to be very simple. We're going to just shift right click. Let's bring our cursor somewhere. We're going to use a plane object. Let's press Shift A, mesh. We're in object mode, so this is going to bring in a new object, bring in a plane. When the plane comes in, the top part is the front face and the bottom part is the back face. Let's go into edit mode, A to select everything. Let's go up to mesh and let's flip that. So now the front face is at the bottom, and let's press G. Let's just kind of bring this in, place this, and then we're going to press tab to go into edit mode. 2 for edge select, select this edge and press G. Let's drag this all the way over, and then we're going to take this edge and kind of shape it to the size of this room, have it intersect with that log, and then we're going to add an edge loop in the center. Control R, just like that. We're still on edge select. We're going to select this edge, press G, lock it to the Z axis, so we're moving it all the way up. And I'm going to use these logs as a guide. And it looks like it may not be centered exactly. So I'm looking at this crease here. So let's kind of just move this over on the Y axis a little bit. So that's G plus Y. And now we can bring it up a bit more. G, lock it to the Z axis. And I'm just trying to make sure that each one's got a similar distance so it looks even. And I'm just eyeballing it. And now we've got a roof, so I knew I was going to put a roof on this, or on the inside, which is why I wasn't really concerned with like stuff like this clipping in between, because now it's hidden by the roof or the ceiling that we just made. I want to add a bit more detail to this ceiling, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to use one of these logs. So let's just grab any one of these walls, press Shift D, duplicate, and then there's all these modifiers on each one of these. So let's just press the X button to delete the modifiers. So now we've just got a single log, no modifiers on it. And now we're going to add some modifiers. Actually, let's edit this a little bit. For what we're going to make, we don't need this back face or this end face, and we don't need the one on the other side. So we can select both of those in face selection mode and edit mode. Press X, delete those faces. We're going to add actually, let's grab these vertices in edit mode. Let's bring this all the way down, and we're going to mirror this. Let's do add modifier mirror. Let's select this. Let's make sure we mirror it over the Y axis. Let's turn on clipping. Grab these vertices, press G. We're going to let them meet in the middle. And we don't need half of this log. So I'm going to select this face, hold Shift, select this, grab these. And like the top faces of this log, we're going to delete. So X, delete faces. And now let's press 3 for that. Let's press 3 for the straight on orthographic view of this. And we're just going to rotate this. Ooh, that's not looking right. I have a new idea. Let's hit clipping, rotate so they come attach. We're going to rotate 45 degrees and try to match So this line, I believe, is the interior. Let's see. This line is the interior ceiling. And we're going to try to select these logs and match it up with that. And I'm looking at where this is intersecting. I kind of want it to intersect with the wall to where it's hidden. Like I said, the player is not going to see that face, which is why we deleted it. And then we can press 1 for vertices select these top vertices again, and drag this all the way up and let these meet, let them intersect. And you should have something that kind of looks like this. So this is just to add a little bit more detail to the interior. And we're going to take this, and I'm going to, where's my origin point for this? I'm going to go to objects at origin center. So now my origin point's there. Let's press G. Let's move it along the x-axis. I'm going to bring it all the way up against this wall. And then in edit mode, so pressing tab, A to select everything. We're going to press Shift D to duplicate, and we're going to drag this along the x-axis all the way up until it hits the chimney. Shift D to duplicate again. We're going to bring it across on the x-axis until it touches the other side of the chimney, and then Shift D one more time, and this is going to go all the way up against this like interior wall thing. And I think that adds just a little bit more detail to this to make it a bit nicer. So that looks good. Let's move on. We're gonna keep moving in into the log cabin. I'm looking at this platform and this platform. I think I'm gonna bring this. Okay, let's do this. In object mode, let's select this plane, shift, select this plane, and we're gonna go into edit mode. We're gonna go to edge select by pressing 2, select this edge and that edge, S to scale. Both of these in 0 so that they line up directly on top of each other. And I'm going to move this, press G, move it in the X direction, and I'm just going to bring this closer to this door because I don't want too much space. And now before we do anything, let's grab this plane and just kind of resize it to be the shape of this area, just like we did with this bottom floor. So grab this in object mode, press tab, press 2 for edge select. So we're in edit mode. We're going to press G. Let's move this, and we're going to line this up with the door. So bring it all the way in so that it's intersecting with the door frame. And let's grab this back edge. Let's see, where does this go? It's already intersecting with that wall, so that's fine. Let's grab this edge, shift or G, lock it to the Y axis. Let's bring this all the way in. And that looks good. Now we've got to work on this step here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this wall, Shift D. In object mode, we're going to bring this over. We don't need a Boolean feature on here, so we can just kind of get rid of that. We don't need 29 of these logs, so we can kind of bring this down. And let's press G. Let's bring this whole object up. And I don't know how many of these we're going to need. We might have to scale the, will 2 work? No, let's do 3. But what we're going to do is we're going to scale this down. So I'm just going to press S and scale, and I'm going to look on this side to see how high it's going. Maybe something like that. Let's try to press G, move it into place. Grab this side only, G, move it in the Y axis, bring this over until it intersects with the wall. I don't want it coming out of the wall, just kind of hidden within the wall, if that makes sense. So that looks good for now. We have to build the stairs that's going to be here, so we'll focus on that later on. So the upstairs is going to be a little bit different. We're not going to be, we have to build not only the top part of the floor for the upstairs, we also need to build the bottom part because people are going to be below it. We're going to build it almost exactly like we built this balcony. So let's go back in here. Let's grab this object in object mode. We're going to grab the top floor. We're going to go to add modifier, solidify, and maybe we'll do something like 0.05. I think that looks good. I'm kind of just quickly using my judgment here. And actually, let's just press A. Let's scale this whole thing down in edit mode, just so that we can see the edges. And I want to build a border around this, kind of like we did with this out here. And we could actually probably duplicate this, which I'm going to do. So let's select this object on the balcony, Shift D to duplicate. Let's bring this in, pressing G and just moving it up. G, Z, and let's kind of just get it in place. Maybe there's a lot of stuff going on in Blender. So let's select the object that we're working on. So this object that we've picked, let's select the top floor object and press / on the number pad. This will isolate your objects. / on the number pad, it just basically just removes everything. It isolates it. So if you press it again, everything will come back. If you press it again, it will isolate it. So just to kind of remove all the clutter that's in Blender, we can press / number pad to isolate it. And now let's shape this object. So I'm going to press 3 on the number pad to get a straight orthographic view, and then I'm going to press A to select everything. I'm just working on this. I'm just working on the mesh that we just duplicated. A to select everything, 3 for the orthographic view, G to move. Let's just kind of bring it in line. I'm going to make it just a little bit taller than the floor object, and then let's grab these edges and bring them in just to line them up with this top floor. Well, let's line it up first before I do anything else. Now we've got to do it on the other side. We're going to take this and we're going to press X and we're going to delete this face. We don't need it. So let's press 2 for edge select this edge, hold shift, select this edge. And we're going to connect these by pressing F, and that's the fill shortcut key. And to make sure that this is directly, like right now it's angled, to make it straight, we can press S to scale and scale it to 0. So press 0 and enter. So that will allow it to be a straight line. And now we can press 1 and do the same thing we did on the other side and bring these in line. So just selecting these, pressing G and locking it to the X-axis and moving them into place. Now let's press / on the number pad again. And so now we've got this object. And now I just want to reshape this to be the size of the upstairs. So the upstairs is actually going to stop right here, but because this is the ceiling to the kitchen, we're going to bring this all the way to the wall over this way. So let's press, so we're going to, in object mode, we're going to select this object and hold shift, select this object. So we've got both of them, press tab, go into edit mode, press 1 for vertices select. And then you can use the selection box to select all these vertices. Press G, lock to the Y-axis. We're going to bring this all the way in over here. And then we're going to select these vertices, hold shift, select these vertices, shift Z to get out of that wireframe. And we're going to bring this all the way over here in edit mode, shift Z for the wireframe mode. And then we're going to select all these vertices. Let's get out of wireframe and drag this all the way over. And now let's, for the last side, we're going to bring this all the way to this little divider wall. And maybe we'll bring this to where it intersects with that. Maybe not. I think it might look better if we just do it to like that. And I'm just going to, I came in here, shift tilde, and I'm just going to walk around here and kind of get a sense for how high this comes up. And I think this is okay. We can also grab this little character rectangle thing and kind of put it up against the roof, and I actually think this is okay. Let's create the ceiling and the walls for up here. So this is not going to be a log cabin wall, I guess. We're just going to use a plane, very similar to what we did with this out here. So let's build this wall. Let's shift right click. Let's bring our cursor in here, shift A in object mode, bring plane in, and we're going to rotate this on the y-axis 90 degrees, drag this up, and we're going to bring this kind of up into where we place this window. I think maybe we'll do something like that. Go into edit mode, 2 for edge select this edge. Let's drag this all the way to where it hits the wall, and make sure you go all the way in so it intersects with the wall so you don't have any like weird holes right there. Let's select the other edge, do the same thing to the other side, G, Y, bringing this all the way in. And then we can grab this top one, G, Z, bring this all the way up. So now you should have a big plane intersecting with everything. Before we make it into that triangle shape, let's add 2 edge loops. So we're going to, in edge select, we're going to hover over this edge, press Control R for edge loop, hit your scroll wheel and create 2 new edge loops. And we're gonna, in edge select, we're gonna select this, and then we're gonna, actually let's press A to select the whole thing. I'm gonna bring this in just a little bit more so that it intersects with this window. I think the placement for the window is fine, so I'm just gonna like trust it. Okay, now back to edge select by pressing 2, select this edge, press G to move this edge only. We're gonna move in the Y direction until it intersects with this window, and then we're gonna select this edge, press G, move it along the Y axis until it intersects with the other side, and then we'll do Control R for another edge loop horizontally. So make sure you're hovering over this vertical edge loop, and then we're gonna press G, move it in the Z direction until it intersects with this top part. And then we'll do the same thing. Control R, G, Z, bring this down, press 3 for face select, select this face, press X, delete face. And now we'll have a hole. I'm gonna go into wireframe mode by pressing Shift Z, and then I'm gonna select these top vertices, S to scale in the Y direction, and I'm gonna press 0. Actually, no. I'm gonna just do S to scale in the Y direction until I don't want them to meet directly. And then we're gonna also need to select this vertice and that vertice because they're both sticking out here like this. Scale it in the Y direction. Whoops, I did that wrong. S to scale in the Y direction. We're gonna bring that in until we can no longer see it on the outside. And now let's grab these vertices and let's press G, let's move it up. And I think that will be good. Now, just like we did for this larger area, we need to create the ceiling for in here. So let's do that. We're gonna do that the exact same way. Let's shift, right click, bring our cursor somewhere that, makes sense for you. Shift A, let's bring in a plane. Let's drag this up, and we're gonna need to flip normals because we need the bottom side to be the front face. So we're gonna press Tab, A to select everything. Then we're gonna go up here to mesh, normals, flip, and now that should flip our front and back face. Let's press G, lock it to the XY. I guess you don't technically have to do that, but we're gonna bring this all the way to this wall. Let's bring it up just a little bit, and then we're gonna press 2 for edge select, select this edge, G, and we're gonna bring this all the way over to this wall, and then we're gonna grab this edge and press G, lock it to the X-axis, bring this all the way over to this wall. And maybe we'll bring it in so that it goes to kind of the center of these logs. Control R to add an edge loop to the center of this. And this window should be centered based on where we put it. So we're gonna maybe move this over a little bit to make sure it matches with this window. And then we're gonna press G, lock it to the Z axis, bring this all the way up. And actually, let's once again use kind of this as a guide. We're gonna bring this up. I'm not quite sure how high it needs to go. Okay, so you can see that it intersects with the roof right there. So let's kind of look at this wall and make an educated guess on where this should be. And I think that's probably fine. All right, that should be good. So now we've got a ceiling on the second floor and a ceiling. So this whole interior is kind of made. What do we have to do now? We have to, oh, there's also one more thing I want to do actually. I kind of want to add more details to this balcony area thing. So let's shift, right click. Let's bring the cursor here. Let's shift A, mesh, plane. And actually, no, we're not going to do a plane. We're going to do a cube. Go into edit mode. Let's scale this and then press 3 for face select. And we're going to select this face and this face. The player's never going to see it. So we can press X, delete those. A to select everything. Let's S to scale in the X direction. G, let's move this out. S to scale. Player's also never gonna see this. So what we're gonna do is make these wood beams under here. So let's go press 2 for edge select, hold Alt, select these edges here. Press G to move. Let's bring this over, have it intersect with that. Alt, edge select, select these edge loops, this edge loop right there, and then we're gonna bring this all the way to the other side. So something like that. And then we're gonna add a modifier, add an array, and then we're gonna adjust these settings so that we end up getting a beam of wood, some wood beams under this. I think it will make this look better, and it will kind of give the illusion that there's more support for this upstairs floor than, what there really is, which is nothing, because it's not real. Okay, so I think that's, this interior technically is done. We still gotta figure out what we're doing over here, but there is an interior and it is done. You know what? We can kind of fill up this space with this object. So let's take this inner wall that we created, Shift D to duplicate. Let's move it along the X-axis, and we actually need to flip the normals again on this so that the front face is facing outward instead of inward. So let's go into edit mode, A to select everything. Let's go to mesh, normal, flip, and then we're gonna bring this up against just so that it intersects with the window just a little bit. And you should have something that looks like this. So now we have an exterior wall. Let's grab the roof object. Let's go into edit mode. Let's hover over this. Press L. Select. Actually, let's press 1 for vertice select. Let's grab this vertice. Let's just keeping it where it is right now. And maybe we can make this look good. grab that vertex. We're just dragging it in along the y-axis so that it's not clipping outside the roof. We're going to select this one, drag this over, kind of do the exact same thing. That one's in a fine spot. We'll grab this vertex G, lock to the y-axis. Let's bring this in. You know, this may not be so bad. We can add a Boolean object for this wall. So let's just bring our cursor out here. So shift right click, shift A, mesh cube. And we're gonna kind of just follow this shape. So we're just gonna rotate this a little bit, go into edit mode, grab this, bring this out. Something like that. I might need to go further. Let's bring this over, and then we can shift A, duplicate this whole thing and bring it to the other side since this object is mirrored. And then we can go select this wall, go down to Boolean, hit this eyedropper, hit that object, and then we can hide these cubes. And that looks kind of good. We gotta fix this wall a little bit. So let's select that, go into edit mode. Let's scale this out just a little bit. And it looks like we gotta bring these vertices down, and maybe we don't need any of that. That actually looks pretty good. It's not too bad. You know, maybe we adjust this a little bit and bring this down just a little tiny bit more. And I'm just selecting these edges, double hitting G to move it along the normals. And then if I need to bring it out a bit further, I press Alt. And I think this looks pretty good. We'll go with it. Obviously, you know, whatever you're working on, you can adjust it yourself and make any small adjustments that you want. Just gonna bring this in just a little bit, but I think for what I just did, I think is good. I mean, this is basically done, right? I mean, not really. We got to do the stairs. We got to make the stairs inside, which is probably going to be the most complex stuff that we do. So we need stairs coming from here, down here, stairs going from down here to up there, and then stairs, or we need like a little patio area coming out the front door. At this point, I think it's important to say that when you're building stuff for VR, it may be hard to really get an idea of what this stuff is going to end up looking like in VR. The best way you can actually like figure out and tell how something is going to look is to bring it into Unity and actually upload it to VRChat and then walk around it in VR. That's going to give you, you know, the best information in terms of like what things, how things actually feel in VR. So we're not going to do that because that will add a lot of time. But if you did want to like kind of skip to the Unity part and just kind of bring in what you have into Unity just to test it in game, I think it's a really good idea, especially with anything that you're building. It's a good idea to get an idea of what it's actually going to feel like inside the game. But we're not going in VRChat. We are gonna keep working in Blender, and we're gonna make our first stairs. And the stairs that we're gonna make now is gonna be very simple compared to like the stairs that are gonna get us up to the second floor. We're gonna work on the stairs that get us from here to down here. And I'm looking at this, and I actually think this might be a bit higher than what I did on the original version, which is fine. I'm not really worried about it. All right, let's make these stairs. So I want stairs on this side. So let's grab, I'm in object mode. I'm gonna grab this cube and drag him over here. So this cube is supposed to represent our player, or like, you know, I keep saying that over and over. I think you got it now. So this is like our player. And I'm just gonna kind of have a couple of them around to help with scaling of these steps. I'm gonna we're gonna create a little space here for the steps. So let's grab this object. Let's go into edit mode and select just the vertices on this end. So I pressed 1 for vertices select. Let's move this down. So pressing G and Y, maybe we'll give this amount of space. The player's never gonna see this face. We can delete that. So press X, delete that face. And I'm sure there's one on this side as well. Player's never going to see that. We can delete that. So X, delete. And actually, I'm going to grab these vertices as well and bring them in. And let's bring our cursor over here. That's shift right click, shift A in object mode, bring in a cube. And we're going to scale this down. We're going to take this bottom face, press X, delete that because the player's never going to see it. And press 7 for top down. And I'm going to just scale on the X and Y. So pressing S to scale, shift Z to lock it to the X, Y. And I'm just going to kind of make the width of it around the same width of our log. And we're going to bring this over here. Just press G, bring this up. Face select by pressing 3, G to move, lock to the Z axis. We're kind of just going to do something like that. And I actually think we should give a little bit more space for that. Maybe like that. And we're going to press Shift D to duplicate this, and we're going to put one on this side. Do something like that. Let's make sure that this log intersects with this new object. We're going to hover over this. So make sure nothing's selected. Hover over this, press L, Shift D to duplicate this object. We're going to bring this over here. Now in the balcony, we created these objects here, and we're going to duplicate that because we're going to kind of replicate this exact same style, but inside the house. So select in object mode, we're going to select this array of cubes, and then we're going to hold Shift and select the railing objects we made. Shift D to duplicate, lock it to the x-axis, bring this all the way in. We're going to press period on the number pad to reorient our camera. And let's press G, lock it to the Z, let's move it up. And I want to put these little stumps onto these rectangles or these cubes that I created. Let's press G, lock it to the XY by pressing Shift Z. Let's bring it over. G to move, lock it to the Z axis. And we're just going to kind of place this on there like that. We do not need 39 of these. We just need less than that. So we're just going to kind of move this in that direction. And we're going to select this object again, go into edit mode. And let's grab this. We don't need this edge because this whole thing's got to move down here. So let's press X, and instead of delete, we're going to press dissolve edges. And that's going to kind of make that whole edge disappear. Now let's go into wireframe. Let's select all these vertices on this side. We're going to press G, and we're going to move it in this direction. And we've got these vertices in the way. So I'm just going to select them, press G twice, bring them over, and then select all these vertices again. Let's bring this all the way down. So now we've got, so if you're up here, there's like a railing separating the bottom area and this area. Part of me feels like this is a bit big, but it's probably fine. Maybe we can make this feel a bit smaller because we are inside. I mean, outside I think is fine, but inside maybe it's a bit too big. So let's press, instead of pressing S to scale the whole thing, we're going to press Alt S. And that's going to scale along the normal. So that's just going to kind of shrink this a little bit. And then maybe we can select just these top vertices and bring them down. And then we can scale this in the Z direction. And now we can adjust the array on this. 29. So that looks pretty good. Feels a little bit better, I think. Now we need to focus on the actual steps here. So let's grab this plane, let's grab this edge and bring this back a little bit. And then we're gonna bring our cursor right here. So that's Shift right click, Shift A. Let's bring in a cube, edit mode, A to select everything, S to scale in the Z direction. So I'm thinking these are gonna be like planks. So maybe we'll do something like, I want it to be the same thickness as this cube. We're going to delete this edge, or this face and this face, because the player's never going to see that. So let's just select both of those by holding Shift X to delete, and hover over this, press L to select this entire selection. We're going to make this intersect with this cube object. We're going to bring this in. Now let's press 2 for edge select, hold Alt to click this edge loop on the end, and press G, move it along the Y-axis, and we'll do something like that. Now let's add a modifier. We're going to do an array modifier. Instead of going in that direction, let's do -1, and then we need to bring it down, so -1. And obviously we need to do more than -1. And I'm thinking increasing the number of arrays, we probably need 3. I think 3 will do it. I'm kind of just guessing here. 4 might make more sense. Since it is, I think that, I can't remember what I did on the live version, but it wasn't this many, but this is higher, so maybe 4 makes sense. And instead of like 1, it is like 0.8. And I'm in the negative, so it's because it's going in the other direction. Going this way would be positive. So honestly, it would probably make more sense if I did 0.8 and then rotated the whole thing. And now let's move it in place. That's probably good. Okay, these cube objects, we're gonna hover over this one, press L, hover over this one, press L, Shift D, and now we're gonna bring this all the way to kind of where this one ends. And then let's press 3 for face select, select this face, hold Shift, select this face, G, let's move it down And we're gonna go back to the railing object, go into edit mode, press 2 for edge select. Let's make sure we only, I want to select this whole thing. So I'm just gonna select one of them and then hover over this and press L, Shift D to duplicate. Let's bring this that way, and then let's select both of them by pressing L or hovering over it and pressing L. Shift D to duplicate, bring it along the x-axis. Let's press G to move to bring it along the z-axis. We'll do something like that. Now let's go back here. We're gonna select this edge, hover over the whole thing, Shift D to duplicate. We'll bring this out, and then we're gonna press 3 for face select this face, hold Shift, select that face. We don't need them, so we're gonna press X, delete those faces. And we're gonna bring this down just a little bit, and then Alt, so edge select by pressing 2, Alt, select this edge loop, G, move it in the X direction. We're gonna bring this over here. Let's bring this in just a little bit. So we'll have something like this. Alt, select this edge loop, G, move it along the x-axis, grab this top edge, G, lock to the z-axis, bring this all the way down. And then we'll hover over this, press L, select the whole thing, duplicate it, Shift D, move it along the Y, and we're gonna just kind of have the same thing on the other side. I'm looking at these steps, and I think the planks, the quote-unquote planks, need to be a bit thicker. So we're gonna grab this bottom face. So selecting it in object mode, pressing tab to go into edit mode, 3 for face select, selecting this bottom face, pressing G, bringing it down. That's gonna mess the array up a little bit. So let's make sure we bring it back up, something like that. I think that looks good. Typically, I try to keep modifiers on objects for as long as possible. That way you're kind of modeling in a non-destructive way, but these stairs are so simple, and I'm not really going to be using this again anywhere, so I'm just gonna apply this array. I think it's good for what it is. So I'm just gonna hover over this modifier, press Control A to apply, and now I'm gonna just select everything, S, and I'm gonna scale in the Y just a little bit so that it actually intersects with this object down there. And we only need this like this face here for this top step. We don't need these faces at all. So I'm gonna, in edit mode, face select, I'm gonna select these 3 faces, press X and delete them. And then let's take this face, Shift D to duplicate just the face, bring it up on the Z axis by pressing Z, R to rotate, Y so you rotate on the Y axis, and we're gonna scale this on the Z. And this is gonna be kind of our little step backboard. We're going to press G to duplicate, or Shift D to duplicate, and then we're going to bring it forward and then bring it down. So that's G, Z, Shift D to duplicate again. Now you could do this before you apply the array modifier, but I didn't feel like messing with the numbers again, to be honest. So I'm just duplicating and manually putting it. Now if you did wait and use the array modifier, it would mean that you'd be able to adjust this a bit better, so that you don't have such a weird bottom like I do. But I guess that's my mistake. I'm just gonna take the whole thing and scale it in Z. And I'm just gonna adjust everything just a little bit. There we go. That's probably fine. I like how I told you not to do, or why you shouldn't do something, and then I did it, and then I literally had that same issue. It's okay. It's simple. We can adjust this as much as we want. We could even delete the 3 arrays and then add the array modifier on it again if I really wanted to. But I don't. But what I do want to do is I want to grab this balcony item, and I'm going to press 3 for face select, hold Alt, and click this face loop. I'm going to select this one as well. Then press Shift D to duplicate this, Shift Z to lock to the XY axis, R to rotate, Z to lock to the Z axis, bring this over, and I'm going to line it up with this, and then I'm gonna press 2 for edge select, and I'm gonna select this bottom edge loop, and then I'm gonna press G, bring it down. Let's bring it over also, and I think this needs to go up a little bit. Let's deselect these vertices at the end, so I'm just gonna, in wireframe, hold Control and then select those, and that will deselect those objects. And then I'm gonna kind of try to make this as parallel with this as I possibly can. And then actually we're just gonna delete this, and then I'm gonna press 2, hover over this bottom little railing thing, Shift D to duplicate and just kind of bring it up. And maybe we'll make both of these a bit taller. And now let's hover over this, Control D or L, Shift D to duplicate, bring this all the way over. Let's select this, Shift D to duplicate, R to rotate, hold Control, I press 7 to get that drop there as top down view. And I'm gonna, by pressing 7, I'm gonna try to put this in the center here as much as I can. And we don't need 29 of these, we need maybe 5. And then we can use the Z factor to bring these down. So maybe negative 2.5. Oh, that did not work. Negative 0.3. Negative 0.25. That's what I wanted. And I think that looks good. And then I can duplicate this whole thing. Shift D to duplicate, bring this over. Look at that. Top-down view. Try to center it as best as I can. And that looks pretty good. If I do that Shift tilde move, I can kind of walk around here, get a feel for how this will be in game, or what it would be like for the player. And this looks and feels pretty good, in my opinion. So that was a very manual, easy stairs. Now we're going to do something a bit more complicated. I've added a new picture to the reference sheet, and that is this picture, and we are going to make stairs that are kind of like this. We're gonna do like a half log thing with a big log at the bottom, and then for each of the bases, so we're gonna do steps like along here, and then there's going to be like a base, and then there's going to be steps that go all the way up to the top, and there's going to be a base. And for those bases, we're going to kind of create very similar structures to what we did with this. And that's going to be similar to what we do also out here. All right, the first thing that we need to do is actually make the step, and we're going to use these stairs kind of as a reference to figure out how big we should make it, because I think the size of this is pretty good. And I think what I will do is create the stairs out here and then work our way in. So let's bring our cursor around. Let's shift right click, bring the cursor just kind of anywhere you want. I'm going to kind of build it in the area of these stairs. I'm going to do Shift A, mesh. Let's do cylinder. And let's do something like 16 vertices. And then we're going to rotate this by pressing R. Let's lock it to the x-axis, hold Control, and then we're going to press Tab. Let's go into edit mode, scale this down, and we're going to kind of make this the shape of the stairs. And we're going to kind of make this the shape of these steps here. So let's just kind of scale this down. Once again, I'm in edit mode, scaling this down, S, and something like that works. Let's bring this up so I can actually see it. And now we're going to want to delete half these faces. So tab in edit mode, press 3 for face select. Let's select this face and this one and this one. And then I'm going to hold Control and then select the last face that I want. And it's going to select all the faces in between those two selections. Let's press X for delete faces, and let's select the front and back, these two faces, X, and delete those. And then we'll press 2 for edge select. Select this top edge and then select this edge by holding Shift. Press F to fill, and then we'll hold Alt, left click on this edge loop over here, F to fill, F to fill, do the same thing on the other side, F to fill, and then hover over it, press L to select the entire selection, or to select everything that's connected. S to scale, let's scale in the Y direction, and kinda, maybe we'll press 7 for the top down orthographic view, and we'll scale it to be around the same size as this step. So this is our like half log stair step. And maybe we'll right click, shade smooth, and then we'll go to, we're gonna hover over it, right click, shade smooth, and I've just updated my Blender, so I'm in 4.3, and the auto smooth is no longer in object data properties. I have to go up to the modifier, and we'll search for auto smooth, and we'll add that, and then we'll do something like 65. And let's also, just like we did with the walls where we kind of mark seams to prepare it for duplicating this a bunch, because this is a step, we're going to use the array modifier on it. We're going to duplicate it a whole bunch, and I want to go ahead and make sure I mark my seams. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to do 3, and so I'm in edit mode. 3 is face select. I'm going to select that face, and then maybe Shift Z for wireframe, select that back face. U, mark seam, and then we'll do, we'll select this top face as well, and we'll press U, mark seam. And so I did it this way because this top is, so this is like a cut up tree, right? So the outer parts are going to be bark. The end parts are going to be like you'll see the rings of the tree on here, and then the top is going to be just kind of like a wood texture, as if we were seeing inside of a tree. So that's kind of why I marked it the way I did. So now let's press G. I'm in object mode. I'm pressing G, Shift C, and I'm going to move this all the way out here. And this is going to be my step over here. We could probably extend this a little bit to match the distance here. And because I might be editing this a little bit, I will, in object mode, press Shift D to duplicate and bring another one in here. So like this will be the length of the steps inside. And then, you know, even I said that this looked like a good length, but now that I'm looking at this, it might be a bit long, but we'll get to that, you know, when we get to it. All right, out here is going to be very simple. We're going to just kind of, in object mode, let's place this where we're going to want it. And maybe this top one will be a little bit lower than like the final step there. And we are going to resize this. So in edit mode, I'm grabbing this back face and I'm moving it by pressing G, moving it in the Y direction. Same thing with the other side. So we're going to have something that kind of looks like this. And now let's go to add modifier. We'll go to, let's see, where is array? Go to generate array, and we'll leave that for one for now. And it looks like we might need to apply our rotation scale. So in object mode, Control A, apply rotation and scale, and Z should go up and down. And it does. So let's just bring this down. We're gonna have to eyeball this. Maybe we can take that cube that's supposed to represent our player. Maybe we can drag him over and kind of use that. Maybe instead of 1, we'll do like 0.9. And let's just add a couple of more to get a better idea on like what these stairs might actually look like. And I'm actually gonna, I think I kind of want it up against the house here. So, okay, we'll deal with that later. After we apply the array, we can like extend just the bottom 3 so that the top one is the only one that doesn't like go all the way. And I'm imagining, okay, so if I have this plane, and this plane can kind of represent the terrain, I'm imagining it's gonna be something like this, right? Maybe it goes up even higher on this side. So I'm thinking this is probably overkill. We probably don't need 5. We'll do 4, and we'll try to match it up with this log. And this is gonna be just very similar to what we did on the inside, where we kind of duplicated the balcony railing stuff and just extended it. So we're going to do the same thing. Let's grab this object. Let's hover over this post, press L in edit mode, Shift D to duplicate, and then I'm going to press 1 on the number pad to get that straight on orthographic view. And then I'm going to take this, drag it all the way down, maybe something like that. And then we are going to take this face loop. So I press 3 for face select, Alt, and then left click to select that, Shift D to duplicate, and then 1 on the number pad again. Let's bring this to like here, and then we'll press Shift C for the wireframe, select just this back part, and then we're just going to move this to right. We're going to move this until it intersects with this post. We might have to scale some of this up a little bit. Pressing 1 on the number pad, I'm still in edit mode. I think we'll do something like that. Shift D to duplicate, and we don't want this to intersect with any objects. Actually, let's Control Z. Let's bring this. Let's have this one be the bottom one. I have this whole thing selected. I just want these vertices selected, so I'm going to deselect this by holding Control and clicking and selecting that. Press G, lock it to the Z axis, and I'm going to try to line this up so that it kind of matches the angle of these steps. Let's press 2, hover over this whole thing. So I have the entire thing selected. I pressed L. And then pressing 1 again, and we are going to deselect the ones on this side, and then we're just going to bring this up a little bit, back to 2, L, let's bring the whole thing down. How does that look? That kind of looks good. So we'll go with this, Shift D to duplicate, let's bring this up, we'll do something like that, and then we've got to adjust these posts. So let's press 3 for face select this, and this face, G, lock it to the Z axis. That one can be something like that. We'll grab just this top face and bring this up, and I think this looks good. And maybe I'll press 2, grab this edge, hit G twice, maybe scale this in just to give this some more variation. We'll do the same thing over here. That looks good. And just because I don't really know what the terrain is going to do, I'm going to give some breathing room, and I'm going to take this bottom edge loop. So that's pressing 2 for edge select. I'm in edit mode, 2 for edge select, alt click to grab this bottom edge loop, G, and let's bring it down. Last thing that we need to do is take this array of post and press shift D to duplicate. Let's bring this over here, and we'll just do our best to place it in between these two posts, and we are going to have to affect the Z factor to bring it down. And it looks like maybe negative 2.5 will do it. Maybe negative 2.4, negative 0.24. There we go. And now we don't need 34 of these. It looks like 8 will be a good amount. That's the steps there. Now let's focus on this front area. And we also need like a roof for this. So let's actually grab maybe we'll do that first. We'll grab the roof. Shift right click, bring the cursor over here. Shift A, mesh, cube. Oops, sorry. We've got to grab the roof. Go into edit mode now. Shift A, plane. And that should apply all the modifiers that are on the roof to this. And I don't really know how big this needs to be, so we'll kind of deal with that in a second. Let's go back to these steps. There is one more thing that we forgot to do is underneath the steps, the thing that's like supposed to be holding these steps up is another log. So we are just gonna, let's just duplicate this wall. Actually, let's duplicate this wall because it's got less modifiers. So we'll do Shift D, duplicate. Let's remove all these modifiers. We'll keep the auto smooth. Let's scale it in the Y direction. Press 7 for the top down, rotate and hold control so that you can rotate it 90 degrees. Let's bring it over this way, pressing 1 on the number pad to get that straight on orthographic view, R to rotate, and we're just gonna rotate this to where it kind of like intersects with the steps just a little bit to give the impression that it's supporting each one of these steps. And we're going to grab just this bottom face. We don't need the actual face, so we can press X, delete the face. Maybe press 1 for vertices select, and then do G to move it along the normals. Hold Alt, and we'll drag this all the way down. And this is going to be going into the terrain, so we don't really need it to like end off anywhere nicely. It can kind of go into space right there. And then for this side, it's going to be it's hitting the deck, so we need to make sure that the top part is flat. And a way to do that is to select all these vertices over here, and then in edit mode, you can come all the way to the side. If you don't have this menu, you can press T. We're going to go all the way down to shear, select that, use this option here, and we are going to, well, that's actually not doing what I want it to do because our object is at an angle. That means we are just going to eyeball it. So let's press W and rotate, and we're going to hold control to rotate so it is a complete 90-degree rotation, and then we're going to scale it in the X direction, and we're just going to kind of eyeball this until it's about the same width as the bottom part, and I think that looks good. And we'll press G, we'll bring this down so that it's just intersecting with the bottom plane there, and then we'll bring this over a little bit so that it continues to hit each one of these steps. So let's select that log, still in edit mode. Let's bring it over, press G, lock to the Y-axis, Shift D to duplicate, bring it over on the Y-axis over here. And now we've got 2 supporting these steps. And that is exactly what we want. So now let's select these steps, Shift D, duplicate, and let's, I press Shift Z to lock to the XY axis. I'm bringing it over by the front door. 7 for top down view, R to rotate, hold control. Let's rotate it 90 degrees. And it's gonna be somewhere over here. We're gonna press 1, press G to move, lock to the Z axis. This is gonna go all the way up to the door, and then we'll increase this a little bit more. I had mentioned that the terrain is gonna kind of go uphill here, so maybe we don't need 8, maybe 7 steps will do it. And the platform that is supposed to be here is going to be very similar to what I did with the balcony in the back. So to build this, let's just duplicate this whole thing. So I'm selecting this outer part and then the platform itself, Shift D to duplicate, and I'm gonna lock it to the XY axis by pressing Shift Z. Let's press R to rotate, lock it to the Z axis, rotate it 90 degrees. Technically it wasn't really necessary, but let's connect these sides. So I'm going to select this outer border, this object. I'm going to go into edit mode, press 3 for face select. Let's select this face, press delete. So that's X, selecting this edge and this edge. I'm going to press F to fill, and then I'm going to press S to scale in the Y direction to 0, and that will straighten out that whole object. If I press 7 for the top-down view, I can make sure that the end part of the plane, which is the like platform to the balcony, intersects with the edge of this object. And that's exactly what I want. Now, obviously this is too big, so we got to make it smaller, but first, before we do that, let's just put it up against the building. And I'm just gonna put it up just so that it's hitting the logs just a little bit. Press G, Z, lock to the Z axis. Let's bring it up this way. Actually, let's make it so that, you know, this wall has a Boolean modifier on it and it's hitting that cube. And so it's creating a platform a little bit right here. So let's try to line it up with that. I'm just pressing G, moving it along the Y axis. Maybe I'll bring it something like that. G, Z, and bring it down. And I think that looks good. So that hits the log a little bit. I don't really like that. Maybe we'll move it back out. G, Y, something like that. That's probably fine. So I want to center this balcony, like this part with this door, as much as I can. And I'm going to use the stairs kind of as a guide. So there's probably better ways to do this, but I'm going to just kind of eyeball this whole thing. So I'm selecting these stairs. I'm going to go to Object, Set Origin to center of mass. So it's just going to take the origin point to the center. So now I've got this orange dot that I know is in the center of my steps. Do my best to center this. Now this door kind of has this cut in the middle, which is in the center of the door. I'm going to line up that dot with the center of the door, and then I'm going to bring this out about as far as I think it should go. Maybe something like that. Once again, I'm just kind of eyeballing this. And then let's select those two objects for our balcony, and then we'll press 7 for the top-down view, and we'll grab all the vertices on this side, press G, lock to the X axis, bring this all the way in. Maybe we'll bring it to like right there, and then we'll do the same thing, and just using the stairs as a guide, bringing it all the way up to the stairs, grabbing this bottom one, and bringing it all the way back. And now I can kind of look at this and determine whether or not I think this is a good size, and I think it should come out just a little bit further. So just in object mode, selecting the stairs, pressing G, moving it back. I think I locked it to the Y axis, and then let's select both these objects again. In edit mode, selecting all the vertices and bringing it this way, bringing it all the way up to the stairs. And I think that looks good. Now I'm going to press A to select everything, and I'm going to scale it along the X to bring it out a bit further than where these stairs go. Well, actually, something like this would be fine. We'll match it with the stairs. And I'm scaling in edit mode, not object mode. Going back to the roof, let's model this object. We're gonna make this plane match the size of this little balcony thing, this front porch. And then once it matches, let's see how far in is this intersecting. I think that's fine. Once it matches the size that we want, we can scale it in the X a little bit more, and then maybe grab just these bottom two vertices and move it out a little bit more. So that way there's a little bit of an overhang. And then we can press Ctrl R, add an edge loop, press 2 for edge select. Select this edge, press G, lock it to the Z axis, and bring this up, and now we've got, and maybe we bring it down a little bit, maybe we'll do that and drag it up, maybe something like that. Now we can come back, take these posts, Shift D, duplicate, we can bring this over, we don't need so many, maybe 2, we'll do, instead of 3 and 4, we'll do 2 and 2. We just need to make it so that it looks like this porch is being supported. Press G, move it along the Z axis. Let's bring it up to like there. That looks good. And now we need the railing. So let's grab this railing. We'll do Shift D, duplicate, bring this over. G to move, let's bring it up. And let's just kind of 7 for the top down view. Let's just kind of place this on here. Go into edit mode. These logs have all these edge loops that we can get rid of. So we can kind of just hover both of those. X, instead of delete the edge, go down to dissolve edge, and then Shift C to wireframe, select these. X, dissolve edge, and then we can press 1 for vertices select all the vertices on this side, press G, move it along the Y axis. We can grab this edge loop, bring it over as well. And then we just need to make it sure that it's on the balcony, or it's on the porch. Porch, balcony, same thing. And instead of duplicating this again, we can use the mirror modifier. So if I do shift right click, bring my cursor to somewhere in the center. Actually, what we can do is we can grab this object, go into edit mode, press 3, grab this face, and then do shift S for the cursor options, and for the cursor options, and go down to cursor to selected, and that will put the cursor in the center of this object. And then we can go back into object mode, shift A, empty, bring in an empty object, select this again, go to add modifier, generate, mirror, and then eyedropper, select that empty object. And now if it's mirroring along the x-axis, it should go on the other side. Okay, so from here we need to do the exact same thing that we did over here. So let's grab this post. In edit mode, I hovered over this, pressed L, shift D to duplicate. Let's bring it along the y-axis. Let's bring this down. We're just going to bring this over. And we'll probably have to edit this a little bit. We're going to press 3 for face select, Alt, left click, select this face loop, shift D to duplicate. We're going to just bring it over, and we'll probably have to bring it up a little bit. 2, or press 1 for the vertices select, shift Z, let's select all these vertices on the end, G, lock it to the Y axis, G, lock it to the Z axis, and once again, we're going to do, instead of 1 on the number pad, 3 to get the different or the straight on view from this side now. And we want this to, just like with the other one, match the distance or the angle of these steps. So something like that. And then we'll shift D to duplicate, kind of give enough space here. And now we're going to press 3 for face select, select these top faces, G, Z, and bring this up just enough so that the railing part intersects with the post. And I can't remember how I did it on the other version, but we could take both of these instead of having it like that. Maybe we'll scale Z to 0 and then press G. We'll just bring these all the way up, and this can be the post supporting the roof. And the shear tool should work for this, unless, you know, it didn't work for the other one, but because this object isn't at an angle, it should have no problem shearing this. And the player's never going to see these top faces, so we can delete them. So pressing X, delete faces, 1 for vertices select. Let's select all these vertices. G, let's bring it up. Now we need that log object over here again. So let's select the logs that we created over there. Shift D to duplicate. Maybe we'll go in edit mode. We'll delete one of them, and then we can take this log and join it to the post. And it'll apply the mirror modifier that was on this to this log as well. So let's go into edit mode, 1 for vertices select, W to go back to the selection tool. Hover over this log, press L, and then we'll press 7 for the top down view, R to rotate, hold control. Let's rotate it 90 degrees. Let's bring this over and just do our best to place this. Maybe something like that. We're gonna have to move this down, and once again, this is gonna be going into the terrain, so it can kind of just go off into nowhere. We don't have to be specific about how that works. And it looks like we still have the face on this top part, so we can delete that face, and that means we need to go back over here and delete it on these. Player's never gonna see that, so we don't need that face there. So edge select, so in edit mode, edge by pressing 2, Alt, left click, and we just need to make sure that this only, let's press Z, only intersects with the bottom face, and press G. Let's move it along the X axis, and then we can take this and just drag this down a little bit. The last thing that we have to do is duplicate the railing. So let's grab, I don't know, that one seems good. Shift D to duplicate, bring it along the X axis. We're just gonna do our best to place this. Pressing 7 for the top down view, we can look at this center line and line it up with that. Maybe we'll do something like this, bring it down. We can also add a mirror modifier on this, so generate, and then we can eyedropper, select that empty object, and it will mirror, and then we can go into object mode, shift D to duplicate this again, bring it along the Y, and then what did we do for this one on the array? It was negative 0.24, so maybe that will work with this right here, negative 0.24, and it looks like it does. And it looks like we could probably get away with 11. It looks like it doesn't, you know, it's a bit off. Maybe we'll do 0.3. Oops, no, 0.23. If I can hit the right keys. That looks good. There you go. Now the front porch is done. Now all that is left is the inside. The way I'm going to go about doing this, we've got this object. This is our step. We had duplicated it earlier, and then we've got this and this. This is that little like balcony thing. It's the same method I used for this, for the upstairs. We're going to take this, Shift D to duplicate, and we'll bring this in. And it looks like I'm looking at these, see these little yellow dots or orange and red dots? That is our origin points. We are going to press object set origin to center just to reorient this object. So when I'm moving it around, it's not being weird or anything. This is a bit bigger than what I would like in here. So I had mentioned I need a platform for like right here and up here. So okay. First thing, what I'm going to do is rescale this to match this step, but this step is a bit big. So let's grab the step, go into edit mode, A to select everything. Let's scale it in the Y direction. Maybe we'll do something like that. I think that looks good. Now we can grab this platform. We're going to try to match it to this step, but the way I'm going to scale it is I'm going to select the whole, so I have two objects here. I've select the whole thing, tab to go into edit mode, A to select everything, S to scale, and then we're going to lock it to the X and Y axis by pressing Shift Z, and then maybe we'll press 7, scale, Shift Z. We're just going to make sure it lines up with this. It could be a little bit bigger, give us some room. So this is like our platform for the first set of steps. So this is going to like go like this, and then you'll go up. And for the next one, we'll do Shift D to duplicate, bring it along the Y-axis, bring this all the way up. So G, Z, and then we're going to line it up with this upstairs part. And then this one can be much longer. I don't really know how long it needs to be, but we need enough room for our player to be able to walk up here and then walk in without bumping their head. But it is a log cabin, so they can duck. It's fine. Obviously, the player collider cannot duck. What we'll do is we'll adjust the collision mesh, and we'll get to collision mesh, but we'll adjust the mesh to where the player will have enough room to walk in here. But like role playing, you can duck to get in here. It'll still make sense. There's not a lot of room here, is what I'm saying. Okay, let's grab our step and add the array modifier. This is going to be a little bit different than the outdoor steps, but that's fine. So let's go here, generate. So add modifier, generate array, and we're going to do 1 and 1, maybe. We need to apply rotation scale. So in object mode, select this object, Control A, apply rotation scale. We're going to do 0.9. Right now, I'm just going to, maybe we'll add a couple. I just want to make this look normal. Maybe 0.8, 0.7, something like that. Maybe 1 point, oops, not 11, 1.1. We'll start with that. Let's add a whole bunch to take it from down here to, well, maybe we'll do 1.2. Using that Shift tilde tab tool to walk around, I can kind of get a better idea of what these steps are actually going to look like. And like I had mentioned before, the only real way to get a good idea of what your objects will actually look like in VR is to actually look at them in VR. But we're not doing that. We're just pushing forward. I don't want this to, we could probably get away with 9 and do something like that. So let's Shift tilde. Maybe we'll walk up here. Does that make sense? 1.25. 1.3. Does 1.3 make sense? If I grab this, duplicate it, and bring it over here, how close are these? Maybe 1.3 is too much. We'll do, oh, I've got that picture. Maybe we can look at the reference. It looks like the steps are smaller in the reference, but there is a bit of space in between. All right, we'll go with 9, and we'll do something like that. And of course, as we move forward, if we need to adjust it even more, we can. So let's grab this, Shift D to duplicate, R to rotate, Z to lock to the Z axis, hold Control. We're going to rotate it 90 degrees, bring this up. So that's G, Z, and we're going to want this to be something like that. Bring it out a little bit more. Ooh, maybe it'll be like that because there's going to be a log underneath there, and I need it to kind of make sense on where it's going. We'll do that. All right, let's add some more until we get all the way to the second floor. Ooh, this would be good, I think. We don't want this to be clip in there like that. It's fine for now. We can adjust it, kind of like what I was talking about with this top step. After we apply the modifier, we can go in there and like do some stuff. But let's grab this top little platform. Let's press tab to go into edit mode. I'm gonna grab these vertices and I'm just gonna bring this out. And that looks good. Let's bring this, actually, see, I need room for the, oh, actually I'm getting an idea. I didn't do this on the other one, but just with the way that I modeled this, I might do something else. I'm thinking of like having the railing go into the bottom part of this floor and then just having, oh, no, I don't want to do that. What I think I need to do is I think I need to move this whole thing over so that it's not clipping with that. And then it lines up with this other side. And that leaves some extra space over here so we can grab all these objects. So in object mode, holding shift, selecting all these objects. So all these things that we made, let's make sure we've got it all. And we're gonna move this over just a little bit. And that means we gotta move this as well. So grabbing this plane, edit mode, edge select, moving this over by pressing G. That's a bit better. And it's kind of hard. I keep clipping or hitting the walls and it's making it hard to look at the stuff. So let's grab this, let's grab that, let's press H. I'm just gonna hide all of this. I'm hiding the roof, hiding everything that might get in my way. Cool. So that's just selecting, pressing H. And when we press Alt H, it's gonna unhide everything, which will be all the objects we just hid, including our Boolean objects. So we'll have to hide that after we press Alt H. But, you know, we're not there yet. All right, moving forward, let's grab these logs. Not that log. Let's grab these logs. Object set. So yeah, I'm looking at the origin point of this. So when I move this, it's moving from this like pivot point. So I'm just going to go to object set origin, origin to center, and then shift D to duplicate. And we're going to bring this over. 7 for the top down. That's R to rotate. And this is going to be going into the ground. So we also can just have it clip with the floor. That's fine. But we want it to intersect with, ooh, maybe I have an idea. These need to be smaller. They're a bit big. So let's, in edit mode, select the whole thing, Alt S, and we're just gonna scale it along the normal. So something like that. That seems a bit more normal. And then we're gonna grab one of them, hover over them with like vertices select or edge select, press L, G, let's lock it to the Y axis, bring this in. And I actually want this to go into whatever is going to be supporting this balcony. So for now, we're going to leave that with how it is. We're going to press Shift D to duplicate R. Let's rotate it 90 degrees. And now this needs to go and intersect with these stairs. And then we're going to select these top vertices, and this needs to go all the way over here. We're gonna scale it along the Z to 0 so that it's flat and bring this up. And that's pretty good. Looks like maybe this needs to be like 1.15, 1.17. No, 5 was good. That's fine. Now if I take these vertices and I press GG to move it along the normals, I can press Alt and we can bring it out like this. And I want this to like line up with this over here. So let's just press GG again. Let's bring this all the way there. And now let's create the supporting, like the supports for this balcony. We're going to do shift right click, bring our cursor somewhere over here. Shift A, mesh, cylinder, 16 is fine. We're going to go into edit mode. 3 for face select, select this top face, select this bottom face, X, delete those faces, S to scale. And let's do top down. And I want this to be like this. So I just scaled it along the X and Y. And let's scale it to Z. And this top edge loop just needs to go all the way until it intersects with that bottom plane. And then we're going to grab the bottom, and this just needs to intersect with the floor. And maybe we'll right click, shade smooth. Edit mode, select the whole thing, Shift D. And normally I would use like a mirror modifier or an array, but because I'm trying to line it up with these objects, I'm just going to manually do it. We're going to do something like that. And I want this to actually go into these posts that we just built. Like that. Oop, the stairs are no longer interacting with it though. So maybe we'll bring it out. Let's grab these bottom vertices, bring it out on the x-axis. We'll do something like that, and then do our best to line it up. Let's do that shift tilde trick, tab to walk around the scene. Let's walk up these stairs. Do they look good? Do they feel good? So far, so good. Now, I don't know how far this platform needs to go to the wall. Well, after we unhide everything, we'll figure out what to do with that. There's also the matter of like how this is supported, and I've got no real answer for that. You could put like supports into this wall on this side. I think in the live version, the version I uploaded, I don't think I added any kind of like visual supports, and I think I just kind of left it, you know, just let it be like magically supported up here. But maybe we'll do something. But what we have to do right now is add some railings. I'm gonna just pull from here. We're gonna grab just one of these. So in edit mode, hover over this, press L to select this entire thing, Shift D to duplicate. Let's bring this over here. We're gonna press P to separate selection and then go back into object mode, select this object, and now let's also move the origin point. So object, set origin, origin to center of mass. And we'll bring this. This will end up being somewhere over here. In edit mode, I can press Shift D to duplicate and then G to move to along the Y and Z axis. We're going to bring one over here. Actually, I'm going to make sure that this moves along the X so that it matches up with this, and then Z. And it seems like I need to select this whole thing, bring it to right there. Now this should come all the way to like there, and then we'll Shift D again along the x-axis. We'll bring that one to there, and then we'll press A to select everything, Shift D to duplicate, bring it this way. So the railing is going to be taking up most of these steps. And we could shrink it a little bit, but I don't think it's necessary. I think that should be fine. Let's grab two of these posts by hovering over them, pressing L, Shift D to duplicate, bring it along the y-axis this time, and then G, bring it along the Z until it's up on here. And then there's going to be another railing along here, but we'll worry about that in a moment. We also need a connection spot on this side too, but there's this roof here, so I don't really know exactly how it will look. So after we unhide everything, then we'll build it. All right, now we need to finish off this railing. So instead of duplicating like one of these like we have been, I'm gonna start with a clean cylinder. So I'm just gonna bring my cursor over here, Shift A, mesh cylinder. Let's scale this down, R to rotate, and the X to, and I moved the cursor over here just so I could scale this and kind of match up the width of this, and something like that will work. It doesn't need to be perfect. Dragging this over here by pressing G, let's go into edit mode, press 3 for face select this front face, select this back face, and X, delete face. Player isn't going to see them, so we don't need them. R, rotate it on the Z axis, 90 degrees. Right click, shade smooth. Kind of do our best by pressing G and line this up with this. Let's start at the bottom because starting closer to the stairs, we can line it up with the angle of the stairs a bit better. Grabbing just these outer vertices, G, flag to the x-axis, bring this up, and let's intersect it with this post, bring this down, and we're going to just keep grabbing these end vertices and moving them up and down until they match. And I'm just match the angle of these stairs. So something like that looks good. This side needs to come down a little bit, and this side needs to come up. And then I'm going to just grab the whole thing, bring the whole thing up. Shift D to duplicate, bring this up. I think that's enough. Grab the whole thing, Shift D to duplicate, bring it this way. And we'll do top-down view. I think it looks good. Let's grab these posts. Edit mode, 3 for face select these faces. And do that. Bring it up enough so that it's not exposed at the top where the railing intersects with it. I'm going to grab just one of these edge loops in edit mode. And we're going to press E to extrude, then I'm going to press 3, Alt, select this, and then I'm going to press Y, and Y will isolate the object. It won't separate it like P does, but it will make it separate from the other faces. So we can drag this out. This doesn't need to be that high, so we can kind of just select this edge loop, bring this over here, hover over this L, select this entire selection or just this cylinder, Shift D, duplicate, bring this down, something like that probably works. pressing L to select, or hovering over each one of these, pressing L to duplicate, or to select both of those, Shift D to duplicate, R to rotate 90 degrees. We're going to do something like this. And then we are going to have both of those selected again, Shift D. Let's bring it this way. And then we're going to grab just these end vertices. Instead of doing this one at a time, we'll just do the whole thing. And I'm looking at these steps and I'm just trying to match the angle of them. I do a lot of eyeballing, not very precise. You don't really have to be, I don't think. That looks good. Shift D to duplicate it. Let's bring it on the other side. 7 for the top-down view. It can help us align it a bit better. Grabbing the post, 3 for face select, selecting these, and let's bring these up just a little bit. Now let's press Alt-H in object mode to unhide everything. And once again, now we see all the Boolean objects, so we can just kind of go through and select them, press H and hide them as we need to. And now let's decide, what am I going to do with this? I think like what I want to do is select all these vertices and just kind of bring it all the way to the end over here. But then you get weird things. We'll leave it there. It's going all the way up against this, and I don't want it to intersect. I think it'll look weird. So then we'll go here. Let's grab these posts. I'm gonna grab this post, hover over it, press L. We'll Shift D, duplicate this, and then we'll grab these top faces, delete them. Let's grab this edge loop. S to scale to the Z to 0 to flatten it, and we'll just kind of, for now, we'll bring this over here. Actually, we'll grab that top edge loop, use the shear tool, and we'll bring this down and shear it. Let's make sure we do, I think it's -1, and then we can bring it up until it hits the roof. And then we can press Shift, select this whole thing, Shift D, duplicate, bring it to like there maybe, because we don't want any players to fall in between this little crevice. And then we can go back to the railing, grab these two, hover over both of them, so you select one of them to make sure you only have like the vertices on this object selected. Press L, Shift D to duplicate, and let's drag, pressing G to move it around. We're gonna bring this over here, grabbing just these vertices, and now we're gonna drag this all the way, and we might need to shear, we don't need to shear it, it's hidden. So the player's never going to see that. That's fine. Let's select both of those again. 7 for the top-down view. Shift D to duplicate. R to rotate. S to scale in the X direction. We'll do something like that. Oh, we don't need this top one. So when we do our the railing stuff like these, it will just kind of like intersect with the roof object, and I think that's fine. But now we need to do the railing right here. So to do that, I think the easiest thing will be, we'll just redo it. We'll take this post, Shift D to duplicate along the X. We'll bring it this way, Shift D to duplicate, and we only need it to go about right there. Let's grab the railings, select both these objects again, Shift D to duplicate, bring this over, grab just these end edge loops, drag it in, and then going back to the post, selecting just these top faces and bringing them down, because they don't need to be that tall. We are almost done. Let's grab this, select that, Shift D to duplicate, R to rotate, holding Control. We're gonna kind of create some supports over here. I said I didn't do this in the other one, but I don't think it'll hurt to do it here, and it'll probably be a bit more realistic. Not that I know anything about building a real log cabin, but it looks like we should have some supports. So let's maybe press 3. Now that all these vertices need to intersect with this wall, so it's hidden. So let's just press G to move, and then we'll rotate, maybe S to scale, and the Z to straighten this out a little bit, something like that. And now last thing we got to do is add these little railing things. So I just duplicated that one, and I'm pressing G and I'm moving this around. Let's do 7 top down to line this up with this railing, and we'll put this in place, and we don't need 29, so we can take this down, and we'll do the same thing, Shift D, bring it over here, and it's just a lot of rinse and repeat, copying stuff over. Now we need more than 14 there. And before I do all the angled stuff, let's just go ahead and place these on the easy ones first, right? Shift D, R, rotate, hold Control, lock to the Z axis, G, maybe top down to try to line it up to the center point with this railing. And now let's try to do these angled ones. Looks like we may need something like 12 and negative 0.25. Let's see what that does. Oh, that was actually kind of perfect. Shift D, duplicate, bring it to the other side. 7. Let's try to line up with that center line on the railing. And then we can Shift D, duplicate, pressing 7 to get that top-down view, dragging it over, and gonna see, will this line up perfectly on this one as well? Oh, it does. Not really. Maybe negative 2.5 or 2.24. We'll do 14. Oh, maybe we need 15. That works. Shift D to duplicate, top down. Cool. Let's do that. Shift tilde tab to walk around the scene. Let's walk up these stairs. How do they feel? How do they look? Oh, we got to do one more. Top down, 7 on the number pad. R to rotate. Tap, 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 tap. 4. And this should just intersect with the roof. Or probably get away with 3. I just want to make sure it's not like sticking out of the roof. Let's press 2, hover over this, hover over that. Shift D, R to rotate, S to scale in the X direction. Let's bring this over. And I just want a little bit of railing in between these two things. And that's it. We've done it. Except that our Boolean is coming in a bit too far. I guess let's deal with that right now. Alt H, grab this, grab that, grab this. We don't need it to go that far. We just need it to go like right there. And now let's hide all these Boolean objects. Grabbing that. H, H. Okay. Everything is built. The log cabin for the, the log cabin is done modeling. The only thing that's not modeled is the snow. Okay, so this object that I created for the terrain, this was just for representation purposes only. We don't need that. We can press X, delete. We don't need that object. Obviously, we still need to texture it, and we still need the snow. Do we do the snow now or later? We will do the snow later. Let's texture this. There's modifiers on all of this stuff, and so for a lot of the snow, it's going to be a lot of duplicating planes and then adding a solidify modifier to it and beveling it and stuff. We need to go through these meshes and apply these modifiers. Doing the texturing now is a good way to go about doing that. All right, let's texture this log cabin. It's modeled, it's done. You should have these tabs at the top of your Blender. Let's go to UV editing. We're also going to work in shading, which actually we might want to go to shading. But regardless, when you go to UV editing, this should already be set to the material shading view. You can toggle between that by coming up here to the top and selecting these. So when we were modeling, we were in the solid mode, but you want to be in this one for the material mode, especially when you're texturing. Also, if you want, you can also go to the rendering mode, which also show you the materials, but it'll probably be dark because there's no lights. But you can do Shift A in object mode, go down to the lights and add some lights to your scene if you want, and then Shift D to duplicate. And now, we've added like 3-point lights, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to Control Z and pretend like I didn't do that. Once you're in the material view, if you imported the windows and doors for me and you have the textures as well, the textures should already be applied to these objects. Same thing with the fireplace. They should already be textured. If it can't find the textures and it's like purple or pink or whatever it is, what you can do is it's just saying it's having trouble finding those textures. The way to fix that is you can go up here to File, External Data, and then go to Find Missing Files, and then navigate to wherever you save those textures at and press Find Missing Files, and then it should assign those textures to the objects. What we need to do is texture all the white stuff, everything else. In the project files I gave you, you should have all the textures that I created for this project. Some of them came from Ambient CG, which if you want texture resources, I will link below some places you can get textures at. Ambient CG is a really good place to get textures because it's all free and you can use it in your project and share those files as well. I have used some textures in this project from them that is included. But other than that, let's just focus on what I gave you. I said let's go to UV editing, which we might start here. So we're really going to be working in this UV editing tab and in this shading tab. The shading tab will let us edit our materials, and then our UV editing tab will help us unwrap our objects. To texture our objects, we are going to need to UV unwrap each one of our meshes, create a material for each of the meshes, and assign textures to the materials. Let's start with what I have selected. These little posts that are holding up the balcony, we'll start with that. This is going to be using the bark texture, which is going to be basically that dark brown texture that's going to be the exterior of the log cabin. We're going to use that on this. First thing we need to do, let's UV unwrap it. You don't have to do this in this order, but for now, we'll start with UV unwrapping. So we already marked seams and unwrapped this when we made it. But just to reiterate, to do that, you're going to want to mark a seam which says this is where it's going to be cut at when it flattens it out on the 2D texture. And then we'll press, so 2, select the edge that we want, U, mark seam, A to select everything, U to unwrap, we'll use angle base. So now that's unwrapped. And because this uses the array modifiers to duplicate it a whole bunch of times, we only need to do it to that one object, and they're all unwrapped this exact same way. So now let's go to the shading tab, and we're going to create a material. So let's go all the way to the right. Let's go down to the material tab here. We're going to press new, and this is going to create a new material on this object. We'll call this cabin. Oh, I wonder what did I name my files? I named it cabin bark, so we're going to call this material cabin bark. And it looks like we already have it in the project because of one of the objects that we imported, which is fine. Let's go ahead and select that, I guess. We'll do cabin bark, and we can kind of see how that material imported. There are these nodes that link. Well, actually, since this material's already been created, I want to start with something that hasn't been created. We'll call this cabin bark, and it looks like it renamed it to cabin bark 1, which tells me that one of these objects that we imported already has the material. So instead of doing a material that's already in the project, let's start with this railing. Okay, we'll back up a little bit. We'll start with this railing. We need to unwrap this railing. Unlike this railing has no marked seams, so we need to mark seams in the best place. So this is a cylinder, and there should be no faces on either end. If we press Alt and click, we can grab the edge loop right there, and then Alt Shift click, and we'll grab another edge loop, and we'll do the same thing for these. That way it will cut the cylinder right here. If we do U, mark seam, so it's cutting the object here. And then when we unwrap these, so selecting these by pressing L, U, unwrap angle base, U, unwrap angle base, it is cutting just here, and it's flattening out there. Now we've got some issues here. It looks like it's coming to a point which tells me that there is a face hidden here that we should not have. So if we highlight these two objects that are giving us problems, and if it isn't corresponding properly to you, you're going to want to toggle in between these selection modes. I like to have, I don't know what this is called. I like to have it where I can see all the UV unwrap of the entire object and have it sync between the two. So these two are giving us issues. Let's move that out. Let's press Control I to invert my selection, press H to hide everything, and we can see we've got this face here, so it's having trouble flattening these faces out because we didn't mark seams there. That means we just need to delete those. So let's select those faces, X, delete, Alt H to unhide what we had hidden. So selecting these, we should be able to unwrap it now, and those look good. Let's grab an edge on both of these railings, press U, mark seam, so this is where it's going to get cut at. U, unwrap angle base, and we'll unwrap the whole thing again, but let's press 3 for face select, and we need to select these top faces of this post. U to mark seam, and now we can cut it somewhere. So let's Alt left click, edge select, so that's going to grab that edge loop, and we're going to do Alt Shift left click, grab that edge loop. We're going to do the same thing to both of these, and then we can press U, mark seam, and now everything should be marked properly, we can press A to select this whole thing and press U, unwrap, angle base, and now this whole thing is unwrapped. Now that we've unwrapped this object, we can go to shading and we can create the material for this object. So let's go to the right, navigate to the material tab. Let's create new, and we're gonna call this, let's take a look at our textures. What was it called? Wood. I called it wood. So let's rename this wood. And we're going to navigate over to the node editor. You should see that this corresponds with the material. If I were to, let's say, go to cabin bark, it's going to change my material on the object. So let's make sure we're on wood. So this corresponds with this. We're looking at the node editor for wood. Right now, all this says is that our object is supposed to be white. If I were to change this, it changes the color of it, but white is what, you know, it's fine for now. And then we've got like our metallic information, our roughness, our alpha. But what we have are textures. So we need to tell this material to use the textures that we have. To do that, we're going to have to add in a node. And just like we add in an object to modeling, we press Shift A. We can do that here. We can go down to texture, image, texture. And so this is the image texture node. We can press open, navigate to where that texture file is that you saved for me. We're going to go down to wood and we're going to use the plain albedo. And this is like the base color of your object. So we're going to do color to base color, and that's going to put the wood color information onto this material, which is on this object. Let's duplicate this. Now we need the roughness and metallic information, and that is in the metallic smoothness map. So we're going to select this. Now metallic smoothness is set up for the Unity shader. It's our roughness information, but it does not strictly align with roughness. Smoothness is basically the opposite of roughness, and on this map the smoothness information is hidden within the alpha. The metallic information is hidden in the color, so we can take color and drag it over to metallic, but because the smoothness, which is in the alpha channel for this texture, is the inverse of roughness, we need to grab another node, and we're going to press Shift A, color, we're going to find invert color node, and we're going to bring that, and then we're going to grab this alpha, drag it into the color, bring color, and bring it into roughness. And that should give us our roughness information or the smoothness information from this texture. The last thing we need is the normal, so we can grab this, Shift D to duplicate, hit the little file button, go all the way and find the normal, select that. And now we need to tell Blender that this texture image is actually a normal map. So we're going to need another node. We're going to press Shift A, vector normal map, and we're going to grab the normal, drag it to the normal, and we're going to grab color, drag it to color. And then the specific type of normal map here uses, I think, linear color space. I don't really understand what that means, but I do know it looks better if I choose a linear option for the color space. So we'll do that. And now your material is set up. Now, but looking at this, you know, it's a bit weird, and that's because we need to reshape our UVs. So let's go back to UV editing. We'll select this object, and we can see it's showing us, if we go to the plane, the wood albedo, you can see that we probably need to rotate this. So we need everything to be kind of following the grain of this wood to make it look good. So let's R, rotate, holding control, rotate it 90 degrees. Now if we look at this, it looks a bit better, and then maybe we'll scale this up. And I think that looks good. What I want is to add another material on this. So let's go over to the material tab, and let's press this plus button. So that's going to add a new material, and I'm going to press this new, and we're going to call this tree end. So the texture I have for this material is going to give us those tree rings on the end of these logs. And I think that's going to look a bit better than just some random wood grain going across this. So let's go back to the shading tab. And this is going to be very similar to the way that we set up the wood. We're going to do Shift A. We're going to do Shift A. Let's go to texture, image texture, open. Let's go and navigate to the texture files for this, wherever you save that. We're going to go down to tree end, and we're going to grab the tree end color. And we're going to take color to base color. Because we haven't assigned this material to any of the faces on this object, we can't actually see this material anywhere. but we'll get to assigning that in a moment. We're going to Shift D to duplicate, hit this folder, and we're going to find the roughness information. Now this is one of the textures that I pulled from Ambient CG, so this isn't one of mine that I created. The reason why that's important is because these textures aren't set up to work with the Unity shader like the other one is. So when we bring in the roughness, we don't need to invert the alpha to get the roughness information. This is just roughness information. That means we can just take the color, drag it into the roughness, and then let's duplicate this. There is no metallic information, so we don't have to worry about that, but this is the normal. We have to do the same thing that we did with the other normal. We need to tell Blender that this texture is a normal map. So we'll go color to color, normal to normal in that normal map node. Now we need to, I think this will also look better with linear. So now we need to assign this material, this new material with the faces on this object. So let's go back to the UV editing. We're going to select this object and let's go into edit mode and we'll press 3 for face select. And this is the tree end is, like I said, it's the rings, like where the tree gets cut. So let's try to find that. So you can search tree end, but I've got it right here. So this is what the texture looks like. And we can select, we're going to want just the top of these logs. So let's select this face, shift, select that face, shift, click, and we're going to take this. And on the UV editor, let's drag it over and we're gonna just kind of place this on top of, right now it's just moving it over the other material. So we need to tell Blender that these faces are supposed to use this material. So we'll go over to the material tab, select tree end, assign, and now it will use this new material for these faces only. So let's take each one of these, bring it over the texture. So let's see which one's this. You can see maybe we'll make each one a bit different. Nothing has to be perfect. Just kind of like bring it over and this is done. Now we just kind of need to copy this process for the whole rest of the thing. Let's go back to these posts that are supposed to be supporting this balcony. Now this cabin bark, when we tried to make this material, it added 1. That's because there's already a material named that, which means that when we imported these FBXs, our cabin bark material was already added. So we can select this, maybe just find that material. We're in the material tab, find that material, press cabin bark, and now it's applied. So let's do cabin bark. Here it is, the albedo transparency. We can see that the grain of the wood is going the wrong direction. So we can just rotate this, hold control, rotate. Now that looks much better. It's a bit weird to have each one of these logs be uniform, so we could apply these modifiers. So I just hovered over and press Control A multiple times, and then maybe we'll just hover over some of these, press L, and move these positions a little bit just to add a bit of variety with this. So I'm just hovering, clicking, pressing L to select everything that's selected this object, going back over to the UV editor, pressing G to move it, and I'm just moving it around, not doing anything specific, and that looks much better. This object is also supposed to use the cabin bark material, so let's go to cabin bark, grab that. We need to make sure that the seams are on here, and it looks like we've already marked seams for this, so let's hover both of these, press U, unwrap, angle base. Let's rotate it and make sure it's following the grain of the wood in the way that we want. Scale it, and that looks good. Let's look at this railing object. This is also supposed to be using, this is just kind of like personal preference. This is supposed to be using the wood material. So we're gonna, in the material tab, we'll go down to wood and we'll assign the wood material to this object. And we've already unwrapped this, and then we put the array modifier on it. What we're going to want to do, this is kind of having that same issue where it just seems a bit too uniform to have the same texture on each one of these. We're going to kind of do the same thing here, where we're going to select this, hover over the modifier, so that going to the modifier tab, pressing Control A to apply it. So now we've got a whole bunch of objects here. We're just going to hover over, press L, and select these objects and move them around on the UV to add some variety to this. And we're going to do the same thing here. So select these pieces of wood, press wood, or in the material tab, assigning the wood material to it. Let's apply the array modifier. And we could, each one of these is marked with seams. We could just unwrap this again, but it might unwrap in a way to where something like some of them are like this, and you'll have to go through and make sure everything is going the right way. So these are all oriented in the right direction. Luckily, we can just select everything and rotate it and maybe scale them up. And that also did what we wanted. And let's go to this one, do the same thing. Wood, material, modifiers, Control A. Let's unwrap, angle base, rotate. That looks good. And now I want these railings to all be the same object. So I'm going to select everything, select the railing, press Control A, join them together. And now this whole portion of the railing is one object. Let's select this cube. We don't need it anymore. We can delete that. Now, exactly how I set this part of the railing up, I can go through and do the same process to each one of these. So there's the railing part outside. There's the part that's on the front porch, and then there's the railings that are inside. I'm going to go through and I'm going to mark the seams on each one. So that's going into edit mode, selecting the edges, pressing U, marking seams where it's appropriate to mark seams, unwrapping them and matching them to the wood texture, and then assigning the wood texture and the tree end texture or materials to these objects. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to do that. And I'm going to speed through that, but it's the exact same process that I did for this. So I've gone through and I've applied the wood material and the tree end material on all the railings, and I've joined some stuff so that once again that's in object mode, selecting multiple things and pressing Control J. So let's join some of this stuff out here. So I'm going to select this, Shift, select that, Shift, select that, Control J, join that together. So now this is all just one object. What else? There's some easy things that we can do, like we can mark the seams on this and apply this. I want to put the cabin bark material on that, so I'll go to this material tab while I have this object selected, go to cabin bark, and then maybe I'll press / on the number pad to isolate this object, so it'll just help us see it a bit more. And I'm going to select some of these and mark seams. So I'm selecting these top faces, mark seams, that's U, mark seam, and this should maybe unwrap properly. I think I need to add a seam here and on this that way, so this top face will be separate on the UV, and then it will cut it here and kind of fold the rest of it out. So let's press, nope, I pressed I want to press U, mark seam, and then we'll do the same thing here. 3 for face select, select this top face, 2 for edge select, holding shift, selecting this edge, U, U, mark seam, and that should do it. A to select everything, U, unwrap, angle base, and it unwraps it to the best of its ability. Maybe it might be worth isolating this top, U, mark seam, A to select everything, U, unwrap, angle base, and we want to make sure everything is going, we want the bark to go in the direction, or in the direction that we want, whatever that might be for you. And I'm just looking at this texture on this object and determining whether or not I like it. I think I do. We're going to do something like that. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, they all look good. So that's good. And then I'm going to put the wood material in this as well. So this, I'll need to add a seam here because these are 4 faces connected. And do I need a seam anywhere else? I don't think so. U to unwrap, angle base, and let's rotate this. S to scale, and that looks good. And maybe we can join all of this together. So we'll select these stairs, this object here, and this railing. We'll do Control J, And so now those are joined, and we could probably put the bark on this as well. So cabin bark, this has the array modifier on it. That's right. Let's make sure that our seams are on here appropriately. And this is a duplicated object from this log cabin wall that we had to begin with. And we had marked seams on that already. So we can, if we go to the bark material, you can see that we need to rotate this and scale. And I'm having issues. I have the wrong object selected. That's why it wasn't working. Let's grab this and rotate. And then we need to make sure cabin bark is applied, which it is. And we'll go to the modifier, apply the array modifier, and then we'll just want to move this around a little bit to add some variation, scale it maybe a bit more. I think that looks good. And we could join this to this as well. Control J. Perfect. Here's another one of those cubes. And we're going to delete those because we don't need them anymore. Next, let's focus on this object. So it's a lot of the same process. We have the cabin bark material, which is one of the materials I need for this. And we have the tree end material, which is another one. And these objects here that we arrayed, this was one of those objects that we unwrapped to begin with. And this is also being mirrored. So I'm looking at this and it looks like everything is unwrapped properly. Let's go ahead and go to the material tab, go and add a cabin bark material to this. And we can scale this. Well, it looks like it's going in the right direction here, but not on anything else. So let's just maybe select this edge, hover over, press L and select all of these objects, and we can rotate them. Actually, let's just unwrap them again. Press U, unwrap, and let's rotate. Let's make sure the wood grain is going in the direction that we want. And then let's go back in object mode. We're going to go back to the material tab, press this plus button. We're going to go and add the tree end material, and let's go into edit mode, press 3 for face select and select all the end faces. And for this, that's going to be just this one, and then all of these, which we can, they sync between the UV and the modeling window. We can just hold shift and select all these, and that will select everything. And we can go back to the material tab, select tree end and press assign. Let's go over. It looks like we have another one. Where is this at? Oh, it's on the other side. We can assign that to the tree end as well. And now let's take all of these tree end faces, all these like circles, press U. Actually, that's probably not the best way. It's already unwrapped. So we could just kind of hover these over each other. This one probably needs to get scaled. We'll bring this one, maybe rotate it. And then let's go to the tree end texture so we can see it. We can take all of this, scale that up, bring that over, grab these faces, and we can look at here, and that looks good. Now these are a bit uniform because we had the array modifier on it and then we unwrapped it, but now all these unwraps are kind of on top of each other. We can kind of just select some of these and do what we were doing. Move these over. Something like that. That way they're just not all complete copies on top of each other. And you can kind of determine for yourself. So because we have the mirror modifier on here, this object that goes across, you can see it mirroring in the center. You can kind of determine whether or not you like that. If you don't like that, you can apply the mirror modifier. And let's remove this seam, U, clear seam, and then we could select this, U, unwrap this again, rotate it to make sure it's going in the grain, the texture is going in the right direction. Let's scale this up, do something like that, and then now you don't have that weird mirroring effect that was happening on there. But I think this is good. We're gonna leave that for how it is. We need to create a new material. Let's go to shading. We're gonna focus on this balcony. Let's just grab the plane that is this platform. On the right, let's make sure that we're in the material tab. We'll press new. We're going to call this planks. And I think this is another one of those textures I got from Ambient CG. So let's go into the node editor, texture, image texture, open, share folder, which is, so navigate to wherever you save the folder. We are going to find those textures and we are going to look for the planks. So this is different from the cabin planks. This is just planks. We're going to bring in the color. And we're gonna Shift D, duplicate this. We're gonna bring in the metalness, so this has a metallic. Shift D to duplicate again. We're gonna bring in the roughness, so this is kind of like that other material, not following the Unity shader type of texture, so that has a roughness, so that can just get dragged in. And then finally for the normal map, we're going to do Shift A. Let's bring in the normal map, normal to normal. Shift D to duplicate, bring that. Let's grab the normal map, color to color, and let's change this to linear. And now that looks good. And we also want this same material on this object, so we can grab this. Oh, actually, you can do it from the material tab. Select the object with the planks material. We can take this and drag it onto the other object that we want. So we've got a UV unwrap this. Let's hit this drop down. Let's find that planks color so we can kind of see what we're doing. Let's grab this first object and press, let's just select everything and press U, unwrap, angle base. So now this is unwrapped, but this has a solidify modifier on it. I don't want that modifier on it. So let's hover over this, press Control A to apply that. Let's go into edit mode, press 3. Now the solidify modifier makes this into a cube, but there's this outer edge, or these faces around the object. We don't actually need that because the player's never going to see that. So instead of marking seams here, we're going to press 3 for face select, hold Alt, select that outer face loop, press X, and we're going to delete that. And so that creates two separate planes kind of facing in two different directions. That shouldn't require any seams to unwrap this. So let's press U, unwrap, angle base, and now we've got those two planes there. And we can scale this up until it looks, whatever looks appropriate to you. And I think something like this looks good. And I want to do the same thing for this. So let's grab this outer shape, go into the modifier, so that's that wrench on the side, Control A, or we can hit this, apply, and now there's a lot of, this is a bit more of a complicated shape. Let's first look and see if we can get rid of any faces that the player is never going to see, like this face that kind of just goes into the house, and then there's this face. So let's delete both of those. Let's press 2 for edge select. And we're going to do Shift Z for wireframe, and we're going to select the edges at each point that this has a 90-degree turn. So we're going to select all the edges, or just the loops around the corners. Press U, mark seam, and that's going to separate each one of these out, each side of this object out. Now we need to cut it so that it can fold open onto our UVs. So I'm going to press, still in edge select by pressing 2, I'm going to hold Alt, and I'm going to select this bottom edge loop. U, mark seam, and now if I press A to select everything, U, unwrap, angle base, and now I should have something that looks like this. Let's rotate this, and each one of these big faces is like the outer parts of this, and the way I think I want to do this is so if I hover over this and press L, it'll select this entire connected selection. I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to scale this, and I want this face to be about the width of the plank. So maybe if I bring this like here, and I'm just going to line this up to the best of my ability. Where is this? So that way you can kind of see what I'm going for here. It looks like this outer border is just one width of wood going around, and I think that looks nice. I'm going to do that with each one of these. So just scale this up, kind of do my best to place this. Same thing with this. S to scale, scaling this up, doing my best to place this. Hover over, press L, scale, S, doing my best to place this on the texture, and then I'm just gonna kind of give it a look to see if it looks good, and this looks good, so this is fine. And now because this doesn't have a modifier on it, I can join this with this object. So let's select both of them, press Control J, and now we've got this balcony objects joined together. So just like I did this balcony object, I've got several meshes in here that kind of copy that same thing. We're gonna go through and we are going to do the exact same process on each one of those. But before I do that, I also want this plank texture on these floors. So I'm going to select this floor. I'm actually going to join it with this. And these are just two simple planes. So I'm going to do Control J. So this should be simple. This is now joined as one object. We can go to the material tab, go and find that planks material, apply that planks material onto this object. go into edit mode, A to select everything, U to unwrap, angle base, and that should be like the 2 planes. And then we also, if I press / on the number pad, I can isolate this. We created these little buffers between the rooms, and I think there might be one over here. We might have to build one over there, but we haven't done that quite yet, which is fine. It looks like it doesn't go into, yeah, it's fine. A, so it's unwrapped, so you can see it's the 2 planes and then that little buffer piece. We can scale this until it seems appropriate. We might rotate this by pressing R, holding control, maybe something like that. And then / I'm just going to isolate this object, period on the number key, and it looks like we might need to rotate this. So this looks good. Now I'm going to go through, so like this, the top, the upstairs, exactly what I did with this piece. I'm going to go through and apply that planks material on the other pieces, and we're going to speed through that so you don't have to see me do it over and over again. But it's the same process. Alright, now I've gone and the plank material is on all the objects that I want it to be on. We're almost done. I know this is a lot. We're going to move on to the roof. This has 2 materials on it, and it also has that solidify modifier. We can go ahead and apply that. So the first material that needs to go on here is a material that's already been made. So if you look at these windows, it's got this like green wood painted texture that's on there. I want to put that on the roof. And I'm not, so I want this texture to be the border of the roof. I don't want it to be the top of the roof. Well, it's going to be the top of the roof. I know it's going to look bad, but we're going to put snow on this and the player's never going to see that. So I'm not really worried about like the top part of the roof being visible at all. So we're just going to use this green wood texture for it. So let's go to the material tab while we have this. Well, actually first modifier, let's make sure it's applied. So the solidify modifier is now applied. Let's go to the material tab. We're going to go and kind of look for this material. I don't really know what it's called. What is it called? Oh, it's called doors and windows. I take back what I said. We don't have the green painted wood. It's the same texture. I just put it on the windows texture to so I can like lighten the edges, I remember. Okay, so we do have to bring in more materials. So we're going to bring in that green wood texture, and we also need the underside planks texture. So we're back in the shading mode. Let's make sure my screencast keys are on. Let's press new. We're going to call this green wood, and we're going to go down into the node editor, Shift A, texture, image texture, open. Go and navigate to your textures. We're going to find that, what would it be called? Painted wood. Find the albedo transparency. So this is similar to that other texture we had that's kind of set up for Unity. So we're going to Shift D to duplicate, and we're going to bring in the metallic smoothness. Now remember, smoothness is on the alpha of this texture, and it's the inverse of the roughness. So we need to go to color, invert color, bring the alpha to the color to roughness, and the metallic information goes to the metallic. But because I know that this texture doesn't have any metallic information in it anyways, we don't need to worry about that. So I'm just going to leave it like that. Now the last thing we need, let's Shift D to duplicate this. Find the normal. We need to tell the program that this texture is a normal. So let's press Shift A, vector, normal map. We'll go to bring the color over to color, and then bring the normal over to the normal. And then we need to tell this color space to be linear. And so now that material is set up. We still have to UV unwrap this, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's add this second material that this needs, and that is the, I think I called it bark planks. And so that is a plank material that kind of matches the color of the bark, which is why I named it that. So let's go ahead and press Shift A. Let's bring in a texture, image texture, open, find your textures, cabin planks is what I called it. So let's bring that albedo, bring the color to color. We'll rename this to cabin planks. And then this is exactly the same way as the other. It's one of those Unity shader ready exports. textures, so we're bringing the metallic smoothness. We'll go and find that color, invert color, alpha to color, color to roughness, and then let's do vector, normal map, normal to normal. We can shift D on the image texture node, find the normal map, color to color, change from RGB to linear. And because it's the second material, it's not on, we have to assign the faces it's going to go to, but let's go to the UV editor and let's UV unwrap this. So for this green wood, I want the green wood to be on the top and on the side. So we're going to isolate. Let's press / on the number pad to isolate this whole object. Actually, let's just assign the materials first. Let's press 3 for face select. I'm going to select this bottom face, this, all the bottom parts. That's what I want the cabin planks to be on. Press assign. So now the cabin planks are assigned to that. And let's press 2. And when we mark seams, we're going to want to isolate these different parts. So I'm just going to highlight the edges around the bottom. And it's getting a little difficult to see, but I should be fine. So I should have all the bottom edges selected. Let's press U, mark seam. And now for the top wood, we are going to isolate the top parts as well. Actually, this would be faster if I press 3 and I just select all of these faces, press U, mark seam. And now I can Alt Control to select an edge, I want to select an edge loop of edges that are parallel to each other, if that makes sense. So it's grabbing all these edges around the object. So Alt, Control, and now Shift to select these. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. And let's press U, mark seam, A to select everything, U to unwrap, angle base. And now everything should be marked properly. And we should have something that looks like this. Let's go to the wood. We're going to find that painted wood texture, which is this. We can scale this up. And what I really want is the sides to go in the direction of the wood seam. And it looks like it is. So everything needs to be in this direction. They all need to be vertical. And I'm going to do my best. Oop, it looks like I missed one. Let's make sure this is marked appropriately. Doing the exact same thing as I did before. And we'll unwrap the whole thing again. And let's scale up. Let's find all the edges. 3, Alt, click, Alt, Shift, click, Alt, click, Alt, click. And, oops, Control, select those, we don't want those. And all of these should be vertical so that the wood grain is going in that direction. It looks like we need to scale this up, kind of just use your own intuition until this looks good to you. And I think something like that is fine. And now for the cabin planks on the roof, if we press / on the number pad, we can bring this back. I want the planks to be going in the other direction. So I'm going to rotate this. And also scale. I think these are going in the right direction that I like. And this is going in the right direction that I like. And then I'm going to just take all of these and scale them up until the planks look good to me. That might be a little too much. Maybe something like that. That looks good. Now we have this other roof. We got to do the same thing too. Let's make sure the solidify is applied. Now we can delete some, if I press / on the number pad, we can isolate this object. And we can delete some of these faces that we aren't going to be using. What I mean by aren't going to be using is the player's not going to see them, so we can delete them. And then we can go to edge select, Alt, and then select the edges to mark these seams, mark seams. And then this needs the wood, green wood, and the cabin planks. A to select everything, U to unwrap, angle base. Let's scale this up. And once again, I'm mainly just focused on this edge here. I want them going in the direction of the wood grain, which it is. And then we can select the bottom faces and assign it to that second material, the cabin planks material. And scale this up until the planks look good. Is everything going in the right direction? I think it is. Perfect. We could join this to the other roof object. So select this, Control J. So now the entire roof is one object. And these little parts for the top part of the roof, I want to be the cabin planks. So let's do cabin planks. And then we can take this, drag it onto this. We can take these objects, Control J and join them together. go into edit mode, select everything by pressing A, U, unwrap, angle base, and we can scale this up. I want the planks to be going in that direction. I think that's fine. And I think that looks good. And we could also, I want this joined to the roof object, so we can just select that, Control J, and now they're all one object. This fireplace object is a prefab that we're going to be bringing. It's a prop that we're going to bring into Unity, so we don't actually need it. So I'm going to delete it. Next, let's focus on the steps. We're almost done, I promise. Steps. This is going to have 3 materials on it. It's going to have the bark for the outer layer, the tree end for the end of the steps, and then the wood on top. So let's do cabin bark. We'll put that on, and then we'll press this plus button. We'll do tree end, and then we'll do wood. Let's go into edit mode. This still has the array modifier on it, which we still want. We'll mess with it after we unwrap this. So let's press A to select everything, unwrap, angle base. So it should have the seams that we put on here to begin with. So it should be fine. Let's go to that bark texture, bark, and we can see that we need to rotate this. This top texture should be the wood texture. So let's select that face, go to the material tab, select wood, press assign. So now it should have the wood texture. Scale that to where whatever seems appropriate to you. And then the 2 end faces should be the tree end. So let's go into the material tab, select tree end, press assign, and let's get out of the wireframe. We can see that it assigned properly. We just need to align it now. So let's type in tree end, find that tree end texture. Let's put these on top of each other and maybe rotate scale till it looks somewhat appropriate to you. Now this has the array modifier on it. If you want to apply that, which I do recommend, you can come in here, hover over the next step, and you want everything except for the tree end parts. So make sure you don't have these back 2 faces, but then you can move these around, and that will make it so it's not so uniform along each one of these. So let's hover over this, hover that, move that around, and maybe this goes over there. So that looks good. And so that is the steps done. And now we need to do that to eat all the other steps. So I'm gonna speed through that so you don't have to sit through me doing the same thing over and over again. But just like we put the materials on this object, we're gonna do the same thing on all of these objects, or all the other steps. All right, so that's the steps. Now we need to do what's probably going to be the hardest one, and that's the walls. We've marked the seams on this log to begin with, but we've added a lot of modifiers on here that kind of changes quite a bit. The big thing, so there's the array modifier that duplicates it a whole bunch, and then there's the Boolean one. That's what's going to be, that's if we press / on the number pad, that isolates this object, and that creates a bunch of holes in this, and we're going to have to mark the seams on each one of these and then unwrap it and place them in the proper spots. So first thing to do is apply this array. So Control A, apply, Control A, apply this Boolean, and now you should be able to manipulate all these faces. Let's go into wireframe mode and let's press 1, and then I'm going to press W until I have the lasso tool. Let's select all of these vertices on the end here. Or actually, it's better if we press 2 for the edge select tool. You're going to have to be careful with this top one, but we just want the outer edges here. Holding shift and just lassoing and choosing our selection. Let's press, well, we don't need this one actually. Let's shift click to unselect that edge, and that should be exactly what we need. U, mark seam. Each one of these should have a seam underneath, because before we applied the array modifier we had marked the seam on the bottom one. Let's do 3 in the number pad to get a straight on orthographic view. Wireframe, still in edge select, we're going to select all of these edges, hold shift, all of these edges, all of these ones, this one, that, and that. U, mark seam, so that selects all of those, and now we've got the top part of the logs that were cut by the Boolean modifier. So let's in face select each one of these faces and select this, select that face. Same thing for this. This one's just a little tiny bit, it looks like. And then this one, mark seam, and that should be enough. So this one's going to need 3 materials as well. That's going to be the cabin bark. That's the main one. And you can see that already looks pretty good, you know, except you can see that it's uniform throughout the whole thing. So we've got to do stuff to it anyways. Press plus, let's do wood. It's going to need the wood material and then the tree end material. So let's try to assign some of these materials. The bark is on everything right now. Let's focus on what the wood is going to be. It's going to be that. It's going to be all these big rectangle faces that the cubes cut into. So this is like, you know, the interior of the log. It's supposed to be wood. So that's going to be wood. Assign, and let's press U, unwrap, angle base, and let's rotate this in the right direction. So if we go to the wood texture, you can see that the grain is going left to right, and we kind of want our objects to be parallel with that. So let's scale that up until whatever you feel is appropriate, and let's kind of get that out of the way. We'll just bring that down. This is a seamless texture, so you can take this stuff all over the place. Hopefully you know that already. The biggest problem now is all these circles. We are in face select, and I'm gonna go, we'll keep using the lasso. We want to select all of these faces and do your best to not get that top part, even though it probably doesn't matter. The player's probably never gonna see that. And we're gonna get all of these faces. Same thing here. Try not, do your best to not select anything like that. We just want these circular faces. So you should have everything selected now. Looks like I forgot about this top window. Let's select it all. I think I've got it all. Go to the material tab, choose the tree end material and press assign. And now we can press U, angle base, and unwrap this. And now here's the tricky part. The tricky part is we gotta put everything in the right spot, but you know, we'll get to that in a sec. Let's select the rest of this. U, unwrap, angle base. Let's look at this bark. We know which way the grain goes. We want to make sure everything is pointing in that direction. Looks like we've got quite a few things here that are not rotated in the right direction. So just go through this. I'm just hovering over the stuff that I want, pressing L and rotating it. And you could also visualize it and see it here. You can see that this isn't in the right direction as well. And we just want everything to be following the grain of the bark. Hovering over, pressing L to grab these selections. And let's look here. I think that's everything. We can select all of this and just scale this up. Let's move it out of the way over here. Scale it until it looks appropriate to you. Maybe we can go a little bit bigger. And that's good. Now let's find that tree end texture and grab all of these again. And now we're gonna we want to align these all up on top of each other and place them in the right spot. So there's a lot here. There's plugins to make this faster, but for the sake of, actually, you know what? For the sake of time, let's use the plugin. I will share this plugin in the description. It's a free plugin. It's called Text Tools. To use the option I'm going to be using, I'm going to be hitting this button. But first, we need to come up here, press this button so we're in a different sync selection option. This only works if you're in this mode. Hit this button. It should put everything on top of itself. And then we can scale this up. And let's make sure this is assigned to, yeah, okay. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, if you want this plugin, I'll share it. Let's go back to the other sync selection mode. And that's it. The 3 materials are assigned to this. They've been UV'd unwrapped. It looks good. Now you just got to do that to each one of the other walls. Remember, you have to apply the array and the Boolean first, then you unwrap it. Assign the appropriate material. If you need help, go back and restart. Or go back and look at what I just did. I'm going to speed through the rest of these walls and we'll come back, and I think after that we'll do snow. Okay, that should be all the walls now. And once you have that done, that means all the modifiers are applied, the materials are applied. You can select each one of these walls and then press Ctrl J and join them together. So now, the next steps. This is what we have to do to prepare this for Unity. First, we still have to put the snow on. That's going to be quick. That's not going to be hard. Well, it can be as hard as you want to make it, I guess. Snow. And then we have to prepare this for Unity. What I like to do to prepare for Unity is to join these objects together, unwrap them to have lightmap UVs, which I will explain when we get there. And I like to rename, organize, because right now everything's like named cube and there's a whole bunch of stuff. But because we just did the walls, let's press Alt H to unhide, and all these Boolean objects, since we have applied those Boolean modifiers, we don't need these anymore. We can delete these. So let's select them and delete. Just get rid of all of them. We don't need any of them. Next step. Snow. All right, let's go back to the layout tab. We can go to the material view in the top right. Let's make sure my screencast is showing. Let's just start modeling snow. Let's grab the roof. Press 3 for face select. Let's select this face. We'll select that face. Oh, you know what? I haven't even done the inside. I'm getting ahead of myself. We need to, all the materials that we need are in the project now. We just need to assign stuff. Okay, let's go back to not shading, UV editing. My bad. We'll get to snow soon, I promise. Let's go to the material tab. I'm grabbing this inside ceiling, and this is gonna have the cabin planks. And let's grab everything in edit mode, unwrap, and scale this. And if you gotta rotate it, rotate it. Scale these planks to something like, and then we can drag this and put planks on there, and drag planks and put it on there. We need to unwrap this, so let's select this object, U, unwrap, angle. Let's rotate this, hold control, scale this, and then we gotta do the same thing for this. U, unwrap, scale. And I'm just eyeballing the scale of this, and then this is just supposed to be like some support. We can do cabin bark, U, unwrap. Let's rotate it so the wood grain is going in the right direction. We'll scale this up, something like that. And that looks good. That was easy. Maybe I'll join these together. The ceiling objects, this has the mirror modifier on it. We can apply that. And now we can join these together by selecting them both in object mode and then pressing Ctrl J. Maybe same thing with all of this. We'll join those together, and this cube we do not need. Let's delete it. All right, now let's make some snow. We're gonna go up to this roof object, and let's go into edit mode, press 3 for face select. Let's select all these top faces. So all the faces that the snow is going to be sitting on. I'm holding shift. We'll come back to this one. We'll do that one in a sec. Well, I'm holding shift and I'm just selecting all these top faces, and we're pressing shift D to duplicate it. Let's bring it out. Right click on the mouse, bring it back to its starting point, press P, separate by selection, and now let's go back into object mode, select this object, and if you move this around, you should have a duplicate version of just the top face of the roof. Once you have that, we can go to the material tab. We can remove by pressing this minus button, remove those materials. Now we can go to the wrench, add modifier, generate. Let's go down to solidify, and if you increase this a whole bunch, you should add more or less snow that you want, but it's going in the wrong direction. So we need to go edit mode, A to select everything, go to mesh, normals, flip those faces. Let's go back into edit mode. Maybe we'll add even thickness. That looks good, but that's too much snow. Maybe something like this. Shift A, apply. Let's / on the number pad to isolate this object. Let's go into edit mode. Let's press 3. We're going to delete some of the faces we don't need, like these two back faces. And then we don't need the bottom faces that actually interacts with the roof. That's just going to complicate things, so we can delete those. X, delete those faces. And now maybe we'll do A for everything. U, clear seams because we don't need those seams. And now let's just, I'll come back to these two in a second. Let's just select these top faces, holding shift and selecting, and then we'll do Control B for bevel and use your scroll wheel to add the amount of beveling you want. I will do like that. And I'm going to bring it all the way down to the edges. So that's our snow so far. Let's grab these. Let's do Control. We're going to have issues here. So select both of these, press P, And we're gonna isolate this as a separate object /, and it looks like we need to get rid of some of these faces. And we're gonna grab both these vertices. Let's merge them by pressing M at center, M at center. We're gonna do that to each one of these, selecting the two vertices that are close to each other and merging them, and I think that should help with our bevel. So going back /, going back to where I can see everything, select these top faces. And it's just, this one was just a bit weird because it's that weird triangle shape. And let's Control B, we're gonna bevel this all the way down. And I believe this works. Let's do one, let's select just that and bring it down so that it's not doing anything weird here. Right click, object mode, shade smooth. We can join these back together, Control J. And look at that, we've got some snow. And we've got to add snow to other spots. So let's focus on this. This one's gonna be a bit weird too. Shift D, duplicate, right click on the mouse, P, selection. Let's remove those materials. Go here, add a generate, solidify, increase. We got to flip the normals. So edit mode, select everything, mesh, normals, flip. We'll do something like maybe like that. Apply. We don't need the bottom face or these back faces. X, delete those faces. And we're going to do Control R and use your mouse button to add a bunch of edge loops to this. Actually, before we do that, let's grab this edge and bevel. A to select everything. U, clear seams. We don't need those seams. Now let's Control R, add a bunch of edge loops. And now that will let us edit this a bit. Maybe we'll add a couple edge loops in this direction as well. And now let's grab maybe this vertice. We're going to come up here and use proportional editing. And I'm going to hit this drop down, use sharp. So this changes the curve of the proportional. Pressing G to move and using your scroll wheel can affect how much of the proportional editing is how strong it is, I guess. So I'm just gonna grab some of these back vertices and bring them up a little bit. This window I don't want covered, so I'm just kind of grabbing a bit and moving them up. So something like that. Let's add shade smooth. And let's go back to this roof object. We can kind of do the same thing. Control R, use the scroll wheel, add a couple of loop cuts. And then instead of using proportional editing, we can go into sculpt mode, choose this brush, choose this top brush, and then you can come down and use one of these, which is like you just kind of grabbing vertices and moving it. And we are gonna choose this option here, and then let's go down to tool, or we need up here, radius. Let's increase the radius. I'm just gonna move some of these vertices to add some lumps to the roof here. Maybe do something like that. Maybe I'll do something like this. You know, I'm not really doing too much. We're adding some lumps, making it look like snow. And maybe we'll go to smooth, bring the strength down a little bit. Maybe if I'll go back to solid view, I can kind of see what I'm doing a bit better. Smooth this out, not really doing anything too crazy. Edit mode. Bring this up a little bit, and I'm just going through this very quickly. This looks like snow on the roof. We did it. But for it to really be snow, we need to add the snow material. So let's go to shading. Let's go to new, and let's go to Shift A, texture in this node, image texture, open, navigate to the textures, find snow, color. And this is another one of those textures I pulled from ambient CG. So it's got a roughness. We'll bring the roughness. Let's add that normal map. Shift D. Let's find the normal. Let's bring color to color. Does that work? I think maybe. I also don't really like the color. Oops. Why is it doing that? I don't really like the color. Maybe we'll just keep it as white. Look at that. If this doesn't look like snow, I don't know what does. Let's go to the render view. We can add some lights to this, kind of get an idea of what this might look like in Unity. Let's make it a bit warm tone. Let's increase it to like 50. Let's increase it to like 100 actually. And we can duplicate this all over the place. Shift D, and I'm just pressing Shift Z to bring it all over this world. And this will, you know, rendering lights in here will help us visualize what this could possibly look like in Unity. But like I've said before, the only real way to understand how it's going to look in game is to, and like this is more for scale, but is to actually upload it to VRChat and walk around and like look at it and see what it actually looks like. And honestly, when I'm modeling, I'll bring in lights in Unity and I will model in the shading mode just because I like how it looks. I like to see what it might look like when it's actually rendered and baked in Unity. And this is like the best representation when I'm like modeling it. All right, we've got the roof snow. We need the snow everywhere else. This is going to be the same process throughout. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I don't think I unwrapped this. Because we got rid of the bottom faces, we should just be able to do unwrap. If we go to UV editing, like that's fine. We shouldn't have to put seams on here. But this is going to be basically the same process throughout the entire, every other part that you want to put snow on. So let's say this. Let's Shift D, duplicate, P, isolate this selection. And then let's go to material. Let's remove it. Might as well put the snow on it now. Let's, we're gonna need to add the solidify modifier. Let's go to mesh, normals, flip, something like that. Apply the solidify. Let's remove these seams. We don't need it. Control B, something like that. And if we isolate it, we don't need that bottom face like with the roof. Unwrap, angle base, and like now we've got snow on this thing. And so wherever you want snow, you're just gonna have to do that. Same thing with these. I guess we'll go through this one too. Selecting these top faces, Shift D to duplicate, right click, bring it back to its starting point P, separate the selection, go back into object mode, select this object. Let's remove the materials and we'll add the snow material, and then we'll go to we'll go to the modifiers, add modifier, generate, solidify. We'll increase this by a bit. We'll go to edit mode, A to select everything, mesh, normals, flip, and we'll increase the amount of snow on here. Apply that solidify modifier. Let's / on the number pad, isolate everything, U, clear seam because we don't need it. Let's grab all these bottom faces that we don't need, X, delete those faces. Let's grab all the top faces only, and bevel. Then we can shade smooth, A to select everything, U to unwrap. Probably don't even need to look at the unwrap, but look, snow. I mean, it's snow. It's easy. It's easy. The railings might be a little bit different. Let's say we grab all of these faces, and I'm just gonna grab all of these faces and this face. Shift D, duplicate, same process, isolate the object. Then we're gonna remove in object mode, remove the materials, add the snow material, edit mode. Well, let's add the solidify modifier, generate, solidify, increase this a little bit. Let's go to mesh, normals, flip. Just because there's more faces here, it kind of complicates it a little bit, but it's the same process. We don't need these faces at the end here because they kind of go into the post. Well, maybe not there, but let's delete them anyway. Delete the faces, and then if we press / and isolate this, we can select all of these bottom faces that the player's not going to see. But yeah, like I said, just because some more faces here, it kind of complicates things a little bit. And then let's grab this edge loop and this edge loop, Control B, and I'm just gonna do one, shade smooth, select this whole thing, U to unwrap, angle base. Maybe we'll scale this up a little bit in the unwrap. And then what I like to do is I like to do that proportional editing thing, and I just kind of, we'll have to bring in the proportional editing quite a bit, just add some lumps to it. Especially like here, if it's coming out and you see the inside of this mesh like that, we can just scale this on the Z and then drag it down and hide it in that post. But now you've got snow on top of the post. Last bit of snow that I'm gonna do, let's move our cursor there. Let's shift right click. Let's add a plane. So this one, instead of duplicating, so the reason why I'm not gonna duplicate this because there's a roof in the way. So it's kind of hiding a lot of this. So I'm just gonna quickly model out the shape of this snow. Add a solidify modifier, same process. We'll need to flip this face and increase. Maybe it does something like that. Let's bring it out a little bit more. Apply that, remove that bottom face, grab this top face, bevel. And with this one, we can go a bit more crazy with this. Add a bunch of edge loops. Maybe we'll add a bunch of edge loops this way. Let's press A, U, unwrap. Add that snow material on there. Scale that. And now let's go back to that sculpting and let's grab this tool and let's bring the radius, bring the strength down, and I'm just gonna go crazy with it. And we're gonna deal with that in a sec, but I'm just gonna move this all around, make this all lumpy. Now let's go back to edit mode. Let's press 2 for edge select and hold Alt and select this bottom edge loop. And I'm gonna turn off proportional editing and I'm gonna scale this to 0 or scale Z 0 and then drag this down. And now look at that. We've got a bunch of snow on the deck. And it looks like we could probably turn proportional editing on, maybe use something like that. Scroll up and kind of make this a bit less uniform on this side. And I'm moving it, I'm pressing G, Shift Z to move it along the XY. Maybe it's something like that. Now I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna add snow to the rest of the parts that I want snow on. And you should do that as well. But I'm gonna speed through it. I've showed you the process. If you have trouble with it, play back the video to see what I did, but it's the same process on every single one of these. I think that's all the snow I'm going to do, and I think that is like the completion of this cabin officially. So next thing we need to do, we gotta get this ready for Unity. Unity. I was gonna say specifically for VRChat, but it technically doesn't necessarily have to be for VRChat. But we gotta get this ready for Unity, and I'm looking at this, and one thing I actually want to do is just real quick, I'm gonna delete those, and I've got this. I'm just going to double hit G and drag this out, and that's going to be the supporting. I think that looks way better than that random log going through there. And maybe that means I got to adjust all of these items, maybe bring it down a little bit. I think that looks good. Sorry, just doing little small things that I think will make this better. But yeah, this is like ready to get ready for Unity. What we need to do is join things together, and you can join things together however you like. I like to join things based on like areas. So basically, like depending on like what the player is going to be rendering in their vision, I like to kind of join those objects together. Like if they're out on the balcony, they're going to need all the balcony parts, if that makes sense. So in object mode, I'm going to just start selecting some of these things, and you want to make sure that you don't have any modifiers still unapplied. Like here we still have a mirror modifier in here, so we're going to want to apply that first. So I pressed Control A in object mode. So actually, since we're over here, let's start with the front porch. We're going to select these posts, select the railing, select this little platform, and select the stairs. There are no modifiers, but we can press Control J, and so now all these parts are joined, and I think that's everything I want with these. I'm gonna isolate this part of the roof by pressing P selection. Now I can select this as a separate object, and I'm gonna join this to the front porch as well. And now I've got this object, it's all joined together. I can come into here and I can rename this to front porch. Much nicer. The doors are going to be prefab objects in Unity, so those are props that I don't need to be a part of this log cabin. So I'm going to select those objects and I'm going to delete them because I don't I don't need them. They're gonna be separate. You'll see what I'm saying, but those are like props. The windows I will join though. I will join them to the walls or whatever I want to do. All right, from here let's look at this balcony. So let's join these posts just like with that. We'll join these together. Control J. Now you'll also want to make sure that auto smooth is on. So auto smooth is on here. If you need to add an auto smooth, you can search it or press add modifier and search it. I'm gonna join this part to the balcony as well, so Control J, and we needed the steps as well, so it's just in object mode, selecting each one of these objects, pressing Control J, and I think that's good. And I'm gonna, for the snow, I'm gonna select the snow and join all the snow pieces together. Control J. Control J. I think that's all of them. Yep. So we'll rename this snow, and then we'll rename this, we'll call it balcony. I joined all the walls together. I can't remember how I did it on the other version, but this is all the wall. Okay, so let's hide the objects that are done. So balcony, H, hide. Snow, H, hide. This is the roof. This is the front porch, H, hide. This is the roof. We will call this roof. H, hide. This is the walls. What is joined to this? All of this. That looks good. We'll call this log cabin walls. H, hide. And then let's join these windows. Let's join these windows together. Control J. These windows are now one object. We'll call this windows balcony. H, hide, and we'll call this, there's only one window on this side, but so we'll just call this window side. H, hide, and then this is the front. Maybe we can join it with that. Oops. See, there's a mirror modifier in there. We need to make sure that we apply that. Control J. Let's make sure shade smooth is on and do auto smooth 65. And we'll call this window front. H, hide, and then now what? We could join all these steps together, so let's maybe do that. I'm just kind of, you know, this is, there's no perfect way to do any of this. It's just do everything at your own prerogative. We'll join all these objects together and we'll call this interior stairs. H, hide, and then we'll call this interior floors, maybe. There's some empty objects here. We don't need these anymore, so we can delete that. These are all joined. Oop, it looks like I forgot to do some stuff. This needs to have the wood material on it. We need to apply that. We can join it to this. All good. Now everything is unhidden. Cool. Let's hide everything again. Everything that's done and named, that is. Front porch, interior floors, window, window, window. This could be interior ceiling. H, hide, and this can be second floor. Alt H, unhide everything. Let's organize this a bit. We'll right click new collection, and it created a new collection in here, which is not what I wanted. So I'm just gonna drag that out. We're gonna call this lights. And then we're going to take all these point lights that we created and we're going to move it into this light thing. So here are all of our meshes. Just to make things easy, so you can see all these like orange, yellow dots or orange dots that are everywhere. Those are our origin points for our meshes. I'm going to come up here and go to Object, Set Origin, Origin to Origin Centers. That's going to center the origin point for all of our meshes. I do this for every mesh that I bring in. I don't center it, I'll put it somewhere specific. So if I wanted a more specific location for our origin points, let's say for the front porch, I wanted it like in the center of these posts, I could do like Shift S for the cursor options, cursor to selected, and then go in object mode, set origin to 3D cursor, and now the porch origin point is there. I think it's important to place the origin point somewhere that makes sense. For my large objects like this, I usually just center it out. It's usually pretty simple. The last step before this is ready to go into Unity and before this is ready to export. Actually, before we get there, one more thing. Let's double check to make sure we have no back faces pointed in the wrong direction. We want the player to be able to see all these faces, so we need to make sure that the front faces of all these objects are pointed in the right direction. I can't remember if we were modeling with back face culling or not, but a good way you can check is let's go to the solid view and let's go under here. We can go all the way down and hit face orientation. And this will let us look at the orientation of all the faces. And it looks like we might have some issues with these windows. I'm just gonna select, these are glass, so you're not supposed to see these anyways. Oh wait, no, it's right. Ignore me, they're right. That's an imported asset I gave you, so it should be right. The reason why it's red is because there's two faces on top of each other there, and one is pointed in one direction and the other one is pointed in the other direction. So you're seeing the back part of one of them, but it's fine. But everything should be blue. If you have any red in your scene, you're gonna want to make sure you flip those. So the way you do that is what we were doing, where you select the face, go to in edit mode, go to mesh, normals, flip. So see that this is red now. You go to mesh, normals, flip. It looks like I've got some weird shading, so when I join some stuff, the auto smooth might be weird. So it looks like I don't have auto smooth set to this, so we can right click on the snow object, press shade smooth, and that seemed to fix it. And it looks like we've got this snow piece a bit higher than what it should be, so we're gonna have to bring this down a little bit. This isn't a face orientation issue. Let's just grab this vertice and drag it down, and that fixes that issue. Is there anything? This looks like it does it a little bit too, so let's do that. Okay, let's go back to the render view. Actually, we need to go to the UV editing tab. This is the last thing that I do before I export my projects for Unity. You need to make sure that you have light map UVs for your objects. Okay, what is a light map UVs? In Unity, you will bake light for your project. This is going to basically pre-render what lights will look like, so the player doesn't have to render any lights. When you do this, Unity will create, it's basically a new texture that will overlay your entire project. Just like you needed a UV unwrap for textures, you need to UV unwrap for this light map texture to go over your objects. So let's select an object. Let's grab this snow object. Let's go to object data properties, and under UV maps, you have one UV map. This is what you unwrapped for your texture, and this first UV map is for textures. In Unity, and this is very important, you need to do this. You should do this. If you don't do this, Unity will do it for you, and Unity does a bad job at it. What you need to do is create a second UV map, so Unity has a UV map to use for this light map texture that it wants to put on all your objects. The way you do that is you go into Object Data Properties, go to UV Maps, press plus. By default, Unity will use this second UV map for those light map textures. So we're gonna hit this button, and if I go into the UV editor, now that I have the second UV map selected, if I move this around, nothing happens because your texture UV map is this one. If I select that one and move everything around, you can see everything moving, but if I select the second one, nothing is moving. But if I were to hit this camera, we can view it if you wanted to. But yeah, we need to unwrap this. And what's important for light map UVs is that you have no overlapping UVs. See how all this stuff is like on top of each other? This is overlapping UVs. Quick way to do this, we had mark seams. All these objects should be ready to unwrap again if we wanted to. So we can just press A to select everything, U, unwrap. This should be good enough for your light map UVs. We can do some extra things here. You know, it's better to fill up all the space if you can, because the bigger these objects are on the UV map, the more detail you will have. So we can kind of just come in here and try to scale this stuff up. I'm just doing this quickly. This doesn't have to be perfect. Honestly, for what's here, this should be good enough. These are all just a bunch of weird shapes, so it kind of did a bad job, but that's fine. Let's just start with the balcony. We're gonna go to UV map and object data properties, press plus. We gotta create these light map UVs. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. That's fine. We're gonna do angle base, and it unwraps everything. And maybe we can, oh, nope, that's fine. We'll work with that. Front porch, add a new UV map, A to select everything, U, unwrap. Interior ceiling, add a UV map. A to select everything, unwrap, angle base, and we can maybe select some of these. Rotate, scale this up. Interior floors, object data properties, UV maps, add a UV map. A to select everything, U, angle base. And interior stairs, add a second UV map. A to select everything. You know, keep an eye on it to make sure you're not screwing up your UV maps, but if you're on the second UV map layer, it should be fine. Make these light maps, UV unwrap, angle base, log cabin walls, add a second UV map, edit, A, U, unwrap, angle base. And it looks like something's screwed up here. Why did this not unwrap properly? And it looks like it's because I never marked seams on this. That's okay, we can fix this. We can go through here. This was one of the ones that I went really, or I did the speed version on, so we didn't walk through this specific wall. So hopefully you did it right and you added UV seams, but instead of adding UV seams here, I'm actually just gonna delete these faces because it's hidden by the roof anyways. The player never sees this. So now that I've fixed that, let's try that again. We're on the second UV map. U, unwrap, angle base, and that's much better, but we're still getting some issues here. It's because I never marked seams on the ones on the inside either. So let me fix that. You know, it's important that you get light map UVs right though, so that everything, when you bake lights, your project will look normal. So I think I fixed that. Now let's try it one more time. And that's much, much better. There's something weird going on here. What is this? A, select everything. Now that there's proper UV maps, that looks good. Now we can go to the roof, add a second UV map, select the whole thing, U, unwrap, angle base, perfect. Second floor, add a second UV map, A, select everything, U, unwrap, angle base, perfect. And maybe we can adjust this. Snow, we had already done. Window front, we can select everything. Okay, the windows are a bit different. So this is an imported asset that I gave you, so the seams don't translate back over, so you won't have any seams, but the UV on each individual one, the second UV map that's on there should be good. But because we joined 3 together, that means there's overlapping UVs here, which is bad for light map UVs. So while we're on the second UV map, we can select this whole thing, drag it over, and then we can grab this, drag it over, and then maybe scale the whole thing down and try to fit this in here the best that we can. I'm going to press W and go to the square selection tool, and we'll try to fit this in like that. You can be a bit more specific with this if you want and scale some of this up, but I'm just going to leave it like that so we can go quick. The single window should be fine, and we're going to have to do the same thing for this one. Make sure you select the second UV map using the square selection tool. We can separate these out so that we don't have any overlapping UVs. Grab everything, scale it like that, and then make sure everything is on the UV map. And that's light map UVs. And now this whole project is ready to export out. In my folders, I'm going to create an FBX folder, and this is what we're going to export out to. So you've modeled your object. Everything's organized. Every mesh has a light map UV with no overlapping UVs. So that should be good. I mean, we won't know for sure if we did it right until we actually bake and everything looks good, but I have high hopes. Everything has materials. I've separated the lights out. We are going to select all of this and export it so we can bring it into Unity. And the Unity stuff will be part 2. We'll go through the whole thing, and we might have to make some changes to the FBX in part 2. And in fact, part 2 we'll start with 3D modeling a collision mesh. So we're not completely done with Blender, but let's export this out. And then if you want to actually build this into a VRChat world, you can follow part 2. So let's select, what we're going to do is we're going to select all of our meshes. We're not going to select any of the lights. We're just going to select all the meshes. So each one is selected. We're going to, actually, let's go back to layout. We're going to go to File, Export, and we're going to go over down to Export FBX. Click that. Go to that FBX folder that we created. I'm going to call this Christmas cabin tutorial. I'm gonna choose selected objects, meshes only. Because the only thing in this project is the log cabin mesh and lights, I don't have to press selected objects only, but if I only select mesh, it won't export the lights out, which I don't want the lights. I'll create the lights in in Unity myself. So just FYI, I guess. So we're gonna do selected objects, mesh, export FBX. And now if I go to that folder, we have an FBX folder, and this is the file, or we have an FBX file, and this is the file we're gonna use in Unity when we get there in part 2. So hopefully this 3D modeling tutorial was helpful to beginners. I would try to focus it towards beginners, but sometimes I think I go too quick. But if you need help, you can message me or comment or message me. My Discord is SpookyGoSpoo, all lowercase. So I'm here if you need help with anything. And part 2 will be all about Unity and setting this up for VRChat and baking and doing everything that you need to do in there. But with that, that's it. That's all I got for you. Bye.